Hello, everybody. Good evening. I'm about to say afternoon. What the hell? Uh, Welcome to EPPS 2021. For those that are returning, for those that are new, it is Everything Paranormal Podcast Show 2021. I'm your host, Paramike, and this lovely gothic is Paralore.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
No, I forgot my...
Uh-oh. Okay, let's pop her out. She'll be right back. She forgot something as usual. Due to the fact that we've been on hiatus and everything, we got a lot to go over. Most of you have seen the Facebook page. I was recently in the hospital. I had the weirdest headache ever. It was more in the migraine stage, but it was an unusual migraine. I had to explain it using a fruit analogy, which made the doctors go a little duh. Also to my cancer doctor as well, but then he had this weird face on his, or I should say a real weird look on his face, as of, okay, something's not right here. We need to get it checked out. And he sent me to the local hospital, and I explained it to them, and I'm going to explain it to you. If you all eat oranges, you know what an orange looks like. When you peel the peel off the orange, you get to the main part, and then you split it in half, and you don't split the rest of it into little halves. Take that first part that you split and put that as your brain. That's how my head went that day. But I'm doing better. I'm doing fine. They gave me a lot of medications that knocked me out for a bit.
I'm back.
But I'm here. I'm back, and we'll bring her back in. There she is.
I had to get these.
Whoopsie! I'm doing better. I feel a little bit better after all that medication that was shot into me. From time to time now, since the heat's been nuts,
Yeah.
I try to stay in a nice, cool room, but when I have to go into the heat, it kicks back in and it hurts. And I kept on doing that for a while, and until I finally got it under control. We finally got some ibuprofens for me, thank God. And then we end up having a power outage, or a blackout, that lasted 2.5 hours in almost 95-degree weather at night, which was ridiculous. I had headaches all day long and all night long. But thank goodness for IBs. Got them finally. Today is a great day. Nice wind in the background coming through the 3 windows that you can see. Hopefully we don't have another blackout. We are sorry for the hiatus that we took. We actually had no choice.
We were very busy.
Yes, very, very busy.
Busy, gonna be busy all this month too.
Yeah, I got a bunch of crap I have to deal with, which is ridiculous. But hey, the end of the month is going to be really nuts because I have appointment after appointment after appointment after appointment, travel to an appointment, and then travel back here. I'm going to be tired. Let's see. What else was there? Oh, I had a nice conversation, what was it, late night? I believe, was it last night or the night before?
Maybe be the night before.
The night before, yeah. With a gentleman that was really cool, and hopefully somewhere down the road here, I can actually get him on to this show and actually chat away with him a lot more.
Yeah.
He seems like a really cool dude. I'm not going to mention his name unless I can get him on the show, then you will have to wait. But he's
start trying to get freaking guests on the show.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll be the first. But he sounded really, really cool and everything. Oh, hello. What do we got here? Let's see. We got one like. From my mom. Thank you.
Huh?
From my mom. Janice. Uh-oh, and we do not have one of our platforms. Okay, well then. Just to let you guys know, normally we're on 3 different platforms: Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Periscope TV, which is also Twitter. Fortunately, I just found out that it's going bye-bye. Or
What?
it already has gone bye-bye.
What is?
Periscope TV, which is
Oh,
part
yeah,
of
yeah.
Twitter Live, which I just found out, and I just looked at over
Because
here.
nobody's going to it. They don't know anything about it.
Well, no, because see, Periscope TV through Twitter
Yeah.
is hooked to Twitter itself. So if people go on our page, twitter.com/EP Paranormal, they
Yeah.
can see it right there. Or when they click on the video, it goes to Periscope TV. But unfortunately, as I just found out, that Periscope TV is now gone. But the good thing is, though, is that we are still live on YouTube. YouTube. I'm okay. Haven't had enough coffee today. Still live on Twitter, on our page, which is good. But it kind of sucks that it's went gone. If I can get to that part. Where are you? No, don't play that. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get to it. So I can show you guys the whole thing of it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Let's see if it goes to it now. Nope, it won't. Okay, so I'm going to have to do a different way to try and get that. So, we have more movie reviews, I believe, still to do.
Yes.
Going to be announcing other ones that are coming up soon. I know there's one this month, but not going to see it because don't have the money. Fortunately, a few things cost a little bit more than what they did previously. And it's like every month, prices go up on the same shit you buy.
Yeah, I know.
And it's ridiculous. What else is there? Got a lot of doctor's appointments coming up. That's going to be fun. Way too many scans, I think, for me in 1 month.
Probably.
I mean, CT scan, X-rays, MRIs. I was like, holy crap. Way too much. But, let's see. I think you had some people comment on Facebook, right?
Mm-hmm.
On how they liked the page or something?
Yeah.
Okay. We have hit 301 followers on our Facebook page, which is great.
Share it. Start watching.
Speaking of Facebook, due to the fact that everybody can connect through Facebook on whatever device they have,
Yeah.
I honestly think now that the Facebook page we have has been corrupted or hacked. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure it out. But if it is, then I'm going to have to take down the whole page and everything and recreate a new version. Because when I was talking to this gentleman a few nights ago, there's an issue out there in the cyber world of internet.
Yeah. When is there not an issue with the freaking cyber world?
Yeah. When somebody creates their own thing and name it to whatever they want, whether it's free or you pay for it, some schmuck or dumbass dingbat decides to take the name and uses it for themselves. This show has gone through I don't know how many name transfers since I started
Yeah.
in
Which is
2016.
Yeah.
after my tumor and Paralore pitched me the idea of doing this, not live, of course. That was like way down the road. And the name that I have, somebody else is using it.
Yeah, everything paranormal show.
Yeah. And if you actually look at our website, it actually states EPPS2021, but in a long form on the page itself, it says Everything Paranormal Podcast Show 2021. And there's been a huge conflict between Facebook,
Yeah.
Twitter, the internet, and on YouTube.
Yeah.
And this is getting ridiculous. Because, see, when I created it, I did it for free for all you guys. Now some schmuck is trying to take my crap that
But he's
I
making
did.
people pay for it.
Huh?
He's making people pay for it.
Right. I was going to get to that part. But anyways, things that I do, that I create of my own brain, what's kind of good still,
Well, I did pitch.
come up with the evil ideas for a website to make it look really good. The name, and I do a lot of research on it, and I see through Google search, AOL search, Yahoo search, live search, whatever. Nobody has the name I have. Nobody had the name that I previous had. And yet now there's a huge fucking problem because some schmuck is trying to pop my shit out of the internet. And it pisses me off. That's why you see in the description, rant, in big capital letters. R-A-N-T.
Usually I'm the one ranting.
I know. And I'm getting sick and tired of this. And this gentleman I was talking to a few nights ago,
He wasn't too happy.
even said it to me, and he stated it on a text message between back and forth that he was pissed. Now, this gentleman actually got a chance to watch a few of the videos, looked at the website, and he says, the way you guys do your show for free for everybody, which is a great idea, is so spot on and perfect the way you do. I'm going to handle for you guys this bullshit from this idiot.
He was
that's
going to be
trying
on
to
a
cash
show.
in.
He was going to be on a show the day after you talked to him.
Yeah, go figure. But hey, I wasn't still right because I was in the hospital, still trying to recover from whatever, the orange migraine effect, which doctors still can't put in freaking terms. I don't blame them, because neither could I, except for a fruit analogy term. But he was so pissed, he's even stated that people from that show has been leaving because those people from that show joined our show.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I got a question for you guys. Since you went from a one schmuck show to our show and says it's the best, how about you guys go out there and trash this motherfucker to the core? And then let me know. I would love it. But after all that, I'm like, crap, I'm going to have to change the name again. I went from DCast Podcast Radio, Everything Paranormal Podcast Show. Way too long. People were having trouble finding it. I said, okay, let's see this. Let's take out DCast Podcast Radio straight out of it. And let's do Everything Paranormal Podcast Show 2021. See how well that works. Working pretty good. People were finding it. People were liking it. People were joining on our Facebook group. Now just starting to join on YouTube. We have 20 subscribers already. Holy crap. Really good. And then this happens. a few days after I leave the hospital and I'm on drugs from the hospital trying to get my head back to being right. And I'm like, would you like to be on a show? Fortunately, he said he would, but he couldn't at that point in time because he was about to do another podcast show live with somebody else. I forgot who the hell it was.
That was the guy. That the guy who he told you about. Because I had to research it. Told you that the guy that is trying to embark on our shit, his first name was Josh, but he didn't say what his last name was to you.
Right.
He did tell you either this Tuesday or this Wednesday to contact him and book him for next week. Or this week or whatever.
Yeah, and we have his contact number and his contact email.
Yep.
Of course, when I looked at the number, I had to show it to you. I'm like, is this even a number? 434? What area code and what city is that in what state? And I was like, I'm not going to try to hurt my brain anymore because it still has a slight migraine / headache type.
Well, he did, for some odd reason, pick up on my energy. Asked you a little bit, and you said, yeah, that's my wife.
That's right, too. It was watching the video. One of our podcast videos. And it was really cool. And I said, yeah. When she found out what you just said, her energy went from I'm loving, caring person to okay, now I want to go and kill this fucker with magic. The entire living room / bedroom that I created for us went fully black, and I'm like, oh crap, another blackout already?
I was just had one.
We just had one, and then, the power's still on. I can still see the lights in the living room part, and I'm like, why is it really, really dark? I look over at Paralore, and her eyes were not black. They were engulfed in flames. I'm like, oh, crap.
Verbal flames.
I've been
the way he said to you, no, that's not what I'm saying. It's something else. That she's been that way for a long time.
Yeah,
and
I wasn't going to try to get into details with him on that because my phone was starting to lose battery power. I'm like, son of a bitch!
Not only that, you told him, that's something you can ask her.
Yeah, on a live podcast show. If he got questions to ask, hey, it'd be perfect. But that's what's been going on.
When he did ask you what the way my energy is she an empath? And you asked me, I mean, my head was in a different direction because I was dealing with my son. And you kind of went, yeah, she is, but she's in a different way of an empath. She's more considered an empath sensitive. She feels a lot of energy from the living and the dead.
Yeah.
And he said, well, that can be an added thing that she's been dealing with. And Paramike, he told me afterwards that he didn't tell him anything. And I knew the way Paramike was saying it to me that he was trying to hone in on my energy because he was sensing it. And sensed that the energy around me was more like a male, not female. And you go, do you should? He didn't say anything. He just said, "You can ask my wife on that. I can get you on. That's an entirely different thing. I will not get into."
I would not step over that boundary. I know better. Due to the fact that tomorrow, July 4th, which is Sunday, is our 12-year wedding anniversaries, and I don't dare to cross that line in 11 years. I ain't stupid. I may be medieval and crazy when I come up with some stuff, but I'm not that stupid. It's like, you can ask her when I can do a show when you're not doing somebody else's shows. So when that happens, he can ask her all the questions and she can answer all the questions. I'm stepping out of it. I'd rather protect my ass.
Okay. The first thing we're gonna do, because first, you got a couple people from Anchor FM
Oh, yes.
message you asking like stuff on witchcraft, like candles and stuff like that. And Paramike said it to me, and I'm looking at him, I went, I ain't teaching people my shit. My stuff was handed to me. Handed down. I'm out. I can't.
Yeah, she misinterpreted the way I put the statement to her. So I had to go a different route because when I looked in her eyes, her ADD said, "Duh,
Shut
I'm
up.
gonna kick in." So I had to put it a different way. I said, no. These people want to know what is the symbolic of that.
The candle magic, gemstones, crystals, what they mean are.
Right.
I went, oh, okay.
Right.
That I can do.
Yeah, that's when her ADD says, "Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up now." So I had to put it that way. So now she understood, and hopefully these people from Anchor FM can join us over here. Just to chat. And what I can do is that when they chat, I can pop it up like this. She can read them on her screen, as well as I can see here, and you guys can see there, and everything. And she'll answer it, and when she's done answering it, then it goes bye-bye.
Well, when I understood the way Paramike reiterated it to me and I understood what he meant, I went, okay, that's not a problem.
Right.
And Paramike said, but what about Richie? He's a little too protective if you go into that type of detail. I went, and he's going to do what? Besides nothing.
No, that was you to me.
Yeah.
I just said, what's he going to do? He barely watches the show. He barely is even online. So what's the point?
Well,
I know you got 2 points here, but what's the major point? She couldn't come up with one. She just and that was it. I was like, okay, I won that one. Holy shit. Mark that on my calendar.
Well, the way I said it, you understood what I was meaning for that question. And
yeah, after you were done smoking your cigarette.
We know people that know him actually listen to to our show.
Yeah.
And he finds out and he listens to it himself.
But he doesn't leave a comment.
He never does. Figure this time of year he's
Duh.
well, outside of this time of year he's more off the grid. Usually I was able to pick up on that. When he does that, yeah, it irks the hell out of you. But one, I'm used to it.
True.
Two, the way he kind of does riddles, which I've always fucking hated when he did that. And I know he got that shit from Alex. I hated that. Is something he's trying to protect me for some odd reason. And I mean, it's true. I haven't heard from him in 3 years. But him popping up on our first live was an indication that something was off.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the first thing I'm going to do, yes, movies, do a couple of information on movies that I know I have to get through.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to take a break. Paramike's going to read some new stuff that he found.
Yeah, I have 2.
Then I'm going to go into, not really candle magic, but the meanings of what colors candles mean. Even if you want if you want to learn what type of herbs or something that some people use with candle magic, or spells in general,
right?
As well as crystals and gemstones.
Yep. And we also have a birthday shout out.
Oh yes. My adopted sister. I mean, she's not my sister, but in a way, she's like a sister to me. Jade, her little one, had a birthday last weekend.
Happy birthday!
And she told me she was going through some stuff because she had just moved. The way she put it, she lives out somewhere in the country now, trying to get away from the family drama. And I picked up on her energy. I said, this is what I'm going to do. Not today. Well, obviously not today. Not tomorrow and not Monday. But on Tuesday, I'll go into making you a quartz necklace. And something else for quartz because you need it. And she goes, "You're right, I do need it." She thought, how much do I have to pay you? I went, I'm doing it for free.
Right.
Trust me, I don't do this just for anybody for free. And due to the fact that Jade's little one is autistic, and due to the fact the child is, I want to say 5 now, I'll do one extra for her. Due to the fact it's just a kid. I've dealt with necklace making and stuff like that when I was a lot younger, but I haven't done it in so long now. I gotta try to retrain myself on how to do it.
Yep.
But I've always made quartz necklaces, earrings, bracelets, what have you, for adults, never for kids.
Right.
And but that's what I'm doing for Jade. Shout out, hey Jade.
Yep.
Okay.
Just a couple more things. On our Anchor website,
Yes.
we are at 1.4K, which is awesome.
1.4K.
1.4K.
So for 100,000 for people.
Yep. Which is
cool.
Which is really good.
Might be able to not this month, and definitely not August, due to the fact I got an appointment being done in August. Thinking,
stay tuned for that one. This show is going to be interesting with her new look.
In September, I'm gonna start putting some money aside each month so I can get a fucking goddamn unit.
Yeah.
Even I have to save up extra for a fucking moving truck.
Yeah.
Yes, storage auction buying is a thing, people.
Yes, it is. Also, our website, which was everythingparanormal2021.gear.host /EPPS2021.html, is no longer free.
No.
So I had to destroy the site, take it all down, find a new home when I first learned about it hours ago, and now we have a new home, and it is now called EPPS2021.EPIZY.com /EPPS2021.html. It is up, it is running, and hopefully it stays free.
Mm-hmm.
Because trying to afford a website is not in my budget or Paralore's budget.
No.
So it is kind of hard trying to keep a site up for free for you guys.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do after this or anything. If you guys got any suggestions or any ideas, please leave them in the comments below the videos that we do. Like if you're on Facebook, leave it in the comment below this video. If you're on YouTube, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter, same thing.
Yep.
Or just email us. Where is it? Give it a few minutes, it'll pop up. That's our email address right there at the bottom. everythingparanormal2021@gmail.com. Email me your stuff, any suggestions, any ideas, what you guys want to do to try to help us out in the show for a website or whatever. It'd be fantastically great for us.
Yes.
So, I just want to get that all out of the way so you guys know. And I will try my best to put it up in the description on YouTube as much as I can. In fact, I can't really do it to Twitter or Facebook because it's kind of weird. But YouTube, I know I can edit into the description, and I will put it all into there right below it.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to blow up the screen of Paralore, and you guys can have fun with her.
And before anybody asks, these items that I could obtain from storage auctions, those items that I obtain, hopefully I can start it soon, will not be free. That's the storage auction stuff. The jewelry making, I am going to try to start to do. Hopefully when mentally I'm actually not bombarded. Due to the fact I'm doing the ones I just mentioned for free for someone else. Other people that want to start getting quartz jewelry that I make, if I could do it right, other people, they will have to pay a little thing. A little, like, I don't know, like $5 or something like that. But anyway, the first thing about movies is movies turning 50 this year that everyone should see. I'll be the judge of that. Let's see. Okay, this kind of starts off as a question, but it's more of a no duh. Can you believe it's been 50 years since 1971? Apparently this takes place in the 1970s. If you were born that year and just turned 50, then we imagine you can. While that was quite a while ago, the movie industry was well established by this point. We were past the day of black and white and production code. Why is my shit skipping again?
It shouldn't be.
And, like I said, there's like 2-second delay now.
You're fine.
And we already seen movies like Bonnie and Clyde, Snooze Fest, and Easy Rider change history and open the door for auteurs and innovators. Many movies from 1971 are still well worth seeing. Let's see. Just because you're from 1971 doesn't mean other movies from the 70s aren't the same age. Just wanted to put that out there. Okay. Number 1. The French Connection. We'll start with the winner of Best Picture for 1971. The French Connection, the classic cop drama starring Gene Hackman as Popeye Doyle. I'm not even going to say a word. Since this was the 70s, of course the film is gritty, and naturally Popeye is, at best, an anti-hero. Not Popeye the fucking Sailor Man. Gene Hackman, apparently, from what I'm reading, his character was actually called Popeye Doyle. If nothing else, The French Connection is worth seeing for an all-time chase scene. Okay, next we have McCabe and Mrs. Miller. Westerns had been a dominant force in film, but by the 70s, directors were starting to play with the genre. Robert Altman, director of McCabe and Mrs. Miller, even called his movie an anti-Western to describe it. What the fuck is an anti-Western?
Beats the hell out of me.
It's not loaded down with action or heroes on horseback. But the film, anti-Western or not, ended up on AFI's list of the top Western films. American Film Institute, I believe. Clout is the third one. Alan J. Pakula. No, I didn't sprain anything. That's actually how his name is. Spent the 70s making paranoid conspiracy thrillers. While he would get around to The Parallax View and All the President's Men, he started with the film Clout in 1971. A bit of a crime film, Jane Fonda won Best Actress, even if it's Donald Sutherland's character who gives the movie its title. People are wondering, Donald Sutherland, father of Kiefer Sutherland. Okay, next, Panic in Needle Park. 1972, Al Pacino would star in The Godfather and changed his career forever. The year before that, he got his first significant film role when he got to star in Panic at Needle Park. It's a harrowing drama about a heroin addicts, which was never going to break a career like something along the lines of The Godfather. Pacino's skills were on display, though. Shit. Wrong one. There we go. Bananas. If you don't want to watch a movie starring Woody Allen, we get it. And so don't I. That being said, Bananas is a goofy, ridiculous film brimming on jokes and sight gags. It's one of his early, comedy-heavy movies that have more in common with films like Airplane than anything Allen would do later in his career. Anything that Woody Allen would be in was retarded. And of course, the one and only Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which we have the Blu-ray. Not Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, because that was ball stupid. There were a lot of searing dramas made in the 70s, a decade of serious films. However, there were some crowd pleasers in family films in the era as well. For some reason, my mouth ain't working. Perhaps the movie with the most lasting legacy of 1971 is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Gene Wilder, one of the best actors of that era. Kids have been watching the movie for years, taking in Gene Wilder's performance, and getting freaked out by that boat scene. And Johnny Depp and Tim Burton would never overshadow the original. I do agree. Tim Burton, you know him making Batman the movie, as well as Beetlejuice. Outside of Beetlejuice and Batman, Tim Burton, not that good of a director. Outside of those two films, him doing the fucking reboot is a slap in the face to not only Gene Wilder, but people who actually liked the original. Mm-hmm. I mean, I watched Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory as a kid. I loved it. I mean, as a fan, and you're watching that, you wish someone would just backhand Baruka across the mouth. Due to the fact that she was annoying. And the second girl in the movie, Violet, I believe her character was just as annoying. Those two characters really not that I wouldn't say memorable, because they were just on an irritating level where you would see a kid acting that spoiled that you'd want to walk up, slap the parents, and then slap the child.
Yeah, literally. Literally.
And but Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, it is 50 years old this year.
Good God.
Glad we got the... sucks I couldn't find the DVD version, but Blu-ray works just as good.
Yeah.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory made no fucking sense.
No.
Whatsoever. And Tim Burton should be slapped for using CGI'd little people as Oompa Loompas.
Yeah.
Like the original Tim Burton should have casted for actual little people, not CGI'd.
Right. Oh, and I found that thing I was talking about Periscope going bye-bye. I actually pulled it up.
Yeah.
Finally. So I'm going to share it with you guys real quick. And this is what it says. Periscope is saying goodbye, which is a part of Twitter, as you can see the birdies right here. Periscope is grateful to you for going live together and being a part of this community. Past public broadcasts will continue to be available on Periscope web. Learn more. Keep the conversation going on Twitter. So, I don't know exactly how long this is going to be because they never gave a date when it's going to be done. But all I do know is that through StreamYard that we're using is no longer connected.
Okay.
But it's still up on Twitter.com for our page, and it's still up there, and I just checked it out, and it's still going. So if you kind of heard yourself repeating something earlier,
Okay.
like I have a 2-second delay, or my mouth is not working, I apologize for that and everything, because I was trying to see what was going on with StreamYard, Twitter, and the Periscope's part. That's why I had to throw that up there to you guys.
Okay.
So back to Paralord.
Next, the last picture show. Oh, I'm probably gonna butcher this one. Peter Bogdanovich, yeah, I just butchered it, was at the forefront of the new Hollywood movement, and he really broke into the world of cinema with the last picture show. Part of his skill was in bringing together a tremendous cast. The coming of age story featured actors like Jeff Bridges, Sable Shepherd, Alan Burstyn, and more. Ben Johnson and Cloris Leachman both won Oscars. Bogdanovich never quite performed on this level again, but few filmmakers ever hit it out of the park like he did with the last picture show. Play Misty for me. Clint Eastwood seems to usually play cops or cowboys, but in Play Misty for me, he plays a disc jockey dealing with an obsessive fan. That fan is played by Jessica Walter, best known for Arrested Development. You should consider watching Play Misty for me, if only to see Lucille Bluth in a thriller. To be honest, Play Misty for me was an earlier type of version of Misery. That's what it looked like to me. Fiddler on the Roof. Are you fucking kidding me? A fucking kid's nursery rhyme?
Fiddler on the Roof.
Musicals aren't for everybody, depending on what it is. And Fiddler on the Roof is specifically idiosyncratic. It's pretty indebted to Jewish culture and regional culture, which that makes no sense. Jewish, indebted to Jewish culture and regional culture. if it's right for you, you'll probably like it or love it. Watching it is the best way to find out. I can tell you by having to watch specific films in college for my acting film courses, Fiddler on the Roof, Snooze Fest, major snooze fest, Harold and Maude. Harold and Maude is also idiosyncratic, but in a different way. It's a quirky comedy with a catchy soundtrack that many people consider a personal favorite. Bud Cort is young. Ruth Gordon is old. They find friendship and love. Oh, let me cry a fucking tear.
Barf.
Oh, here we go. Bed knobs and broomsticks. Which actually was a Disney film.
When I first heard that,
Bed knobs and broomsticks.
yeah, I'm thinking to myself, "Oh crap! Disney just made a porno." This is how
You
low
weren't
Disney
the only
has
one that thought that.
This is how low Disney has gone down the fucking tubes.
It wasn't that bad. I have to give it that. It wasn't that bad for that era. We had to get some family fare on here. Bedknobs and Broomsticks is a Disney film that has Mary Poppins vibes to it in as much as it's a musical with some animation mixed in it. And also the lead character is magic. Specifically, in this case, Angela Lansbury plays a witch. That's right. If nobody knows who Angela Lansbury is, and you're born, if you're kids and you don't know who Angela Lansbury is, don't worry about it. Her stuff wasn't really kid-oriented. Hers was more adult, in a way.
I think some people would disagree with you on that.
Murder, She Wrote is not for kids.
That was a mystery drama thing.
Yeah, she did that show.
That's like reading the book from Nancy Drew. Okay, that's how Angela Lansbury got that kind of role.
Yeah, I know that.
Nancy Drew book.
Not only that, she was doing that show. Was in one of the seasons after she did one of those seasons for Murder, She Wrote. She got the role as the witch in Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
Mm-hmm.
Because it had that same feel.
Yeah.
The difference is Bedknobs and Broomsticks, at its time, was a Disney film. So technically, that's actually her first movie role where she plays in a kid-oriented type of thing. And then some years later, she does the talking teapot in Beauty and the Beast. Another Disney film, but oriented to children. So, with Bedknobs and Broomsticks, that's her first child-friendly role she's ever done. Everything else was always adult-oriented. Because you don't see kids watching a fucking murder mystery. If a child's parents have brains, of course, I wonder about some now. they wouldn't allow their kids to watch a murder mystery of any kind. When you're a kid and you're from the 70s, and early 80s, or early 70s through 1980, no parent on the planet would allow their kids to watch anything that was not for a child. I say, yeah, the 80s are the better year out of the centuries, but some of the stuff in the 80s, I have to kind of judge negatively. For example, fucking Barney. Every time I hear that fucking song, I want to kick the motherfucker. Rainbow fucking Bright. I also want to kick the person who created that. As a kid, in the early 80s, not most kids of the early 80s would think anything wrong with certain things they would watch. Me, I wasn't like most kids. I saw shit differently. So, that being said, Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, it was actually a decent movie. I enjoyed it. Did I want to get the fucking movie? No. Did I watch it when it came on the Disney Channel? Yeah. But it doesn't mean I wanted the movie. Because it was the only fucking thing on.
Yeah, well, she's 95 years old.
Yeah. I think she's still alive.
Yeah, she's still alive. She still resides in England.
Yeah.
She has citizenship in United Kingdom, Ireland, and the United States. She started her career in 1943 to the present. She's been married twice, one divorce.
Yep.
And her latest spouse died in 2003. She has two children. She got a full list of awards, which is a separate link.
Huh?
She has a full list of awards that she's gotten.
Yeah.
That's a separate list. But she actually started her acting career in 1940. With the production of Tonight at 8:30 was the first one. And there's a whole bunch of other ones here. That just keeps going. It's like way too many to even put out there. Seriously. But when she first started, she actually started in Broadway.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah, I know that. I learned that in college.
Doing those old classical stuff. Before she got discovered to do like television shows.
Yeah.
Voiceovers. And movies.
Yep. Of course, if you think about it, with her doing Murder, She Wrote was basically TV's version of Clue.
And Nancy Drew.
That too.
But when she played in Beauty and the Beast and other roles...
Yeah, the talking teapot.
Was 1990 to 2000.
Yep.
Let's see. When was that? When did that come out? There's a bunch of movies here.
Take a drink.
One of the movies she starred in 1986 as a co-host was the New York Philharmonics.
Yeah.
It was televised tribute to the centenary of the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
With Kirk Douglas. And it goes on. Raging of the Angels. The story continues in 1986 and portrayed Nan Moore. And Nan is Nan.
Mm-hmm.
The mother of a victim of the real-life Korean Airlines Flight 007. No, nothing that has to deal with James Bond garbage. It was a plane crash in Shoot Down in 1988. That must have been one hell of a series. Goes on. She was featured in The Shell Seekers in 1989.
Yeah.
As an English woman recurring from a heart attack. That has to suck for a role. And starred in The Love She Sought in 1990
Uh-huh.
as an American school teacher. I can never see her being an American school teacher in a thing. And it keeps going on. There's more Cockney as Miss Harris in a film adaptive of the novel. Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris in 1992. Keeps going on. Her highest profile cinematic role since the Munchkin Graduate, the Munchkin Candidate,
Mm-hmm.
was as the voice of the singing Teapot.
Yeah.
Miss Potts in the Disney animated or animation
Yep.
Beauty and the Beast in 1991.
I snored through the whole thing.
Let's see.
Proves I'm not a Disney person.
Lansbury performed the title song in the film, which won the Academy Award for Best Original Song,
Yep.
Golden Globe Award for Best Original Song, and Grammy Award for Best Song Written for a motion picture, television, or other virtual media. From 2000, she took a break for about 5 years.
Yep.
Then she returned to films in 2005 to 2019. She starred in the film Nanny McPhee in 2005 as Aunt Annabelle.
Yeah.
She goes on. She appeared in the film Mr. Popper's Penguins in 2011 with Jim Carrey.
Yep.
Goes on 2012. Wes Anderson's The Grand Buddhist Hotel. That was a snore-fest movie.
Snowball Slow.
There was another one, I can't pronounce it, but she starred with James Earl Jones in Driving Miss Daisy.
Yep.
Another snooze fest. But although I did like the vehicles in the movie, that was the only thing I actually liked.
Yeah.
Those old classic cars. Too bad they're still not around as much. Goes on. Of course, this is a little bit backwards in years. Career beginnings and breakthroughs from 1957 to 1961. On April 1957, she debuted on Broadway at the Henry Miller Theater in Hotel Paradisos.
Yep.
As a French burlesque set in Paris. Goes on and on and on. It was like, geez Louise. She was in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Broadway stardom was 1966 to 1980.
Mm-hmm.
There's a photo of her here in 1966. And she kind of looks like an alien in this photo. From 1966. I mean, she's got big-ass eyes. Her hair looks like something you'll see from a dead mop. Her lips are like so small you can barely even kiss them. And her nose looks like a broomstick handle. No offense. But that's what I'm just seeing. And it goes on and on and on and on. This woman's been through a lot.
Okay.
She
Continuing.
returned to Broadway in 2001 to 2009, following the end of Murder, She Wrote.
Yep.
Which I'm kind of surprised that they don't have here of like when it actually ended.
Huh?
Which I'm kind of surprised it doesn't even have here on here that when Murder, She Wrote finally ended, which is kind of strange.
I don't know.
But Peter died in January 2003 of congestive heart failure, which was her latest husband. And it goes on, wanted to spend more time in New York City. In 2006, she purchased a $2 million condominium in Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that. Let's see, it goes on and on and on. She's right now back in her home country, where also James Earl Jones resides.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that either.
Okay, continuing.
Yeah.
A James Bond film came out in 1971. Diamonds Are Forever. It was a certain late actor's final Bond film. And yeah, I'm looking at you. Late actor.
Sean Connery.
Very good.
The original.
Yeah.
The best.
Diamonds Are
Nobody
Forever.
can come into his shoes. I don't give a fuck what you people say. Nobody can compare it to Sean Connery as James Bond, 007.
Diamonds Are Forever was Sean Connery's final Bond film, as he returned for one film after George Lazenby's turn in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. It's a bit goofy, with some memorably odd villains, but it's still a good one. Uh-huh.
I think that Boom disagreed with you.
Yeah.
If you guys hear any boomings in the background, people are celebrating 4th of July a little early, but those louder booms, that's not nobody with fireworks. That's something else that's been going on for about 2 weeks now.
Next, Dirty Harry.
Oh, God.
Clint Eastwood had a big year in 1971. Is the Dirty Harry series great? No.
Only maybe that one line.
And its politics can be a problem. However, this was the beginning of a momentous film series that gave us some iconic quotes. Dirty Harry is famed and had a long tail of influence, which gets it on the list. Would that be because of one stupid fucking line?
It was one of the greatest lines ever. That's the only thing about that I loved out of him. Out of Clint Eastwood for that movie. Dirty Harry. That one famous line. It was fucking hilarious. I give credit for that. And that was his own thing putting it into that movie.
Okay, yeah.
And to this day, people still are saying it. Which is funny and hilarious.
Okay, next. Escape Up from the Planet of the Apes. This was the third movie in the Planet of the Apes series. It's not the best, by any means, but film franchises were much rarer in the 70s. That's actually true. Having the third film in a series come out back then as significant. Star Wars, I might have to, this might be stepping on a few Star Wars enthusiasts. Star Wars wouldn't even come out for 6 more years. So if you like sci-fi stories, Escape from the Planet of the Apes is worth it. I prefer to just throw the freaking DVD, if you actually have this movie, throw the bitch out the window, go to whatever movie collection you have, if you got horror movies, put in the worst horror movie ever made, and just play that instead. So, in case some people are wondering, was Planet of the Apes before or after Star Wars? There's the proof. Star Wars, the original Star Wars, didn't come out until 6 years later. Okay, next, Get Carter. No, not the Sylvester Stallone version. Stallone was still pre-Rocky at this point. The original, Get Carter, is a British crime film starring Michael Caine, a notably better actor than Stallone. Although Stallone may seem more suited for a crime movie where he has to play a tough guy, Caine showed that he's perfectly capable, though. I do like Michael Caine. He is a pretty good actor. Especially due to the fact you see him fucking singing with the fucking Muppets. It's the only fucking Muppet movie I've ever liked. Because Michael Caine was in it. And people actually saw he could sing. Yes, I'm talking the Muppets Christmas Carol. Only movie I've ever liked from that shit. I don't know who did the voice of Kermit, but the sound is dead on from the original one. Miss Piggy, same thing. Still annoying. And, of course, Muppet Treasure Island. That's a distant second. Little Murders is our next one. We know Alan Arkin as an actor, but he actually made his directorial debut way back in 1971. Arkin directed an adaptation of a darkly comedic stage play, and he managed to get Elliot Gould on board for the lead role. Both Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert gave it 4 stars. Okay. Shaft. The 70s were the decade of blaxploitation films, but Shaft is the best of the bunch. In fact, it might not even be accurate to include it in the realm of exploitation films. One thing is for sure about Richard Roundtree starring movie. It had a killer soundtrack. Isaac Hayes' theme from Shaft became a hit even bigger than the film in some ways. Yeah, because some people actually use Shaft, theme from Shaft, in improv stuff. For example,
Whose
Wayne
line
Brady.
is it anyways?
Yep. Theme from Shaft.
I think Colin Mochrie did it too.
Yeah, he did it once.
I think he did it a couple of times. Actually.
I don't know.
I have to watch back.
Okay, I don't know how this is a word. THX 1138. I don't know how that's a fucking name.
THX?
Huh?
THX?
Yeah,
That's a shorter
THX.
version of saying thanks.
Oh. Is perfectly fine as far as sci-fi movies go, but okay, hold on. So why watch it? Because it's a directorial debut of one George Lucas. Years before he brought us the Star Wars universe, he was getting his start with this movie. That makes this quite an interesting watch, if only for the historical importance of it. Okay. Getting down to the nitty gritty in this list. Ow. Big mini. The Omega Man. It's a story that has been told many times over. A man believes himself to be the last person left on Earth. Then he finds out he isn't alone. But those left with him seem to wish him harm. The Omega Man and I, Legend, are based on the same story. The Omega Man, which stars Charlton Heston, is a bit better as a movie. Okay, last one. The Barefoot Executive. That sounds like a porn title if I haven't heard one. For this last one, we just wanted to give you something that's very 1971. The Barefoot Executive is just that. This is the kind of live-action Disney film that they simply don't make anymore. Kurt Russell starred as a young man. Wally Cox was in it, of course. I'm just going to say that again. Cox. Just because I wanted to. The film is about a chimp who knows how to predict television ratings. Seriously, and I'm skipping again.
Not skipping, you're fine.
It's so goofy, but so perfectly a time capsule of the early 70s. Just by reading that, snooze fest. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Okay. We're going to this, because I find it kind of funny. The worst films from 50 great directors. And I'll be the judge of that myself. The 50 worst films from 50 great directors. Aside of Charles Lofton, no filmmaker of note has a perfect record. That's not only fine, that's the way it should be. Every artist needs to space to fail. Needs the space to fail. Miserably, spectacularly, hideously. It's how you grow. How you find creative limits, or, even better, how you learn to surpass them. It's also important for viewers to not only allow for misfires, but to also embrace and study them. It's when our favorite directors fall short of their visions that we often see the seeds of their next triumphs or come to understand previous works that we didn't quite connect the first time around. And, well, sometimes they just go and make a shitter. Let's see. Here we go. And, of course, right at the top of the list, Steven Spielberg. Yes, the person who gave us all Jaws, the first blockbuster ever, had a flop. Steven Spielberg, Indiana Jones, and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. To be honest, the skull did not look crystal to me. I don't know about anybody else. Spielberg's had his stumbles. Always, Hook. I didn't think Hook was that bad. I enjoyed Hook. Robin Williams. The Terminal. But you can always see the thought and care put into the constructing of even his most baffling misfires, the BFG. This is not the case with the fourth Indiana Jones film. A misbegotten reach for former crowd-pleasing glory that's the somatic equivalent of a cash grab reunion tour. It's Lather... The fuck?
What?
Latheric replay of the hits. Hey, it's the warehouse where the Ark is stored. Bogged down by some ill-advised new tracks, the campus chase is listlessly executed and aesthetically undermined by Shanzus Kaminsky, half-heartedly trying to appropriate cinematographer Douglas Slocum's visual style. It's Spielberg's only true bad movie. Maybe because he had Shia LaBeouf in it too. I'm sorry. Did I step on some people there? Okay. Martin Scorsese.
Scorsese.
Whatever. Boxcar Bertha. That's something you wanted to put a title to. A Bonnie and Clyde knockoff made for Hollywood's Schlockmeister General Roger Corman. Boxcar Bertha isn't a terrible movie, but it also isn't a subversive piece of exploitation cinema that shows off a promising new talent bursting at the seams to make personal films. Scorsese mostly colors within the lines here and gets solid performances from Barbara Hershey, David Carradine, and Barry Primus, or Primus, however you want to fucking pronounce that word. But the movie is most valuable for prompting John Cassavetes to call it a piece of shit to Scorsese's face. Dully chastened, Scorsese turned around and made Mean Streets. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, I don't know. John Ford, The Plow, and the Stars. Just by that, this sounds not even worth watching. You'd think Sean O'Casey's superb finale to his Dublin trilogy would be ready-made for a bold Irish-American auteur like John Ford. But the material can't survive for its uncharismatically limp staging, or, most damagingly, the studio mandated miscasting of Preston Foster and Barbara Stanwyck. RKO hired another director to do reshoots, which further gutted the play's political message and led Ford to disown the movie completely. What's left is of interest only to Ford, completists, and for those who refuse to believe Stanwyck can give a lousy performance. You could see The Quiet Man from here, but it's still a ways off. And, okay. Steven Soderbergh, Full Frontal. Not throttle, frontal. So, Soderbergh was on a hot streak when he concocted this quirky drama about actors, writers, producers, and regular old people making it through another day in Hollywood. The film slips back and forth between real life and a film within a film, and not in a skillful or interesting manner. I hate movies like that. Film within a film. There are some isolated bits that work. Blair Underwood is particularly good as the star of the fictional film, but it winds up feeling like a technical exercise a la Mike Figgis' Time Code. Soderbergh requested that his actors simply or supply their own wardrobes, do their own makeup, and so on, to give the film an extra level of authenticity. Which is interesting only as a production note. It's an interesting failure from a master that anticipates the stripped down approach he now employs to great success. In other words, the movie sucks. I mean, I hate film within a film, movies, because they make no sense. The only film that was a movie in a movie that actually worked, Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
Yes.
The only film history that works as a film in a film. Alfred Hitchcock, Jamaica Inn. Don't remember hearing about that one. This adaptation of Daphne du Maurer's novel was so loosely that the author initially withheld the rights to Rebecca from Hitchcock. What a tragedy that would have been. That's a little sarcastic.
Yeah.
Hitch was hot off the success of The Lady Vanishes. I'm skipping again.
Don't forget, we're still Wi-Fi. So I'll do that until I can get a new Ethernet wire to actually go hardwire again. Is what had happened, but we gotta deal with it.
Hitch was hot off the success of The Lady Vanishes and about to make the leap from England to Hollywood when he took on this film. You could sense the distraction. There are some redeeming elements. Charles Lofton is delightfully fiendish as the corrupt justice of the peace, while Maureen O'Hara gives her all in her first starring role. Unfortunately, the pacing is sluggish, and despite the efforts of major talents like Sidney Gillett, Joan Harrison, J.B. Priestley, and Alma Reville, the story fails to generate much in the way of suspense. That doesn't shock me. The only movie, in my eyes, that Hitchcock actually hit the fucking home run is Psycho. Okay. Robert Altman Quintet, whatever the fuck that is. Wiltman teamed with screenwriters Patricia Resnick and Frank Barhyde for this misconceived piece of post-apocalyptic sci-fi starring Paul Newman. As a seal hunter seeking vengeance for the murder of his pregnant wife. To slake his bloodlust, he must enter a survival tournament in which the losing participants are executed in real life. Had Walter Hill directed this film, as Altman initially intended, its convulsions and lack of narrative focus might have been cleaned up. The concept itself isn't bad, but the execution is Altman at his noodling worst. Spike Lee is on this list for worst of 50 great directors. Spike Lee, She Hate Me. Lead co-writer Michael Ginnett seemed to be in make it up as we go along mode with this kinda, sorta satire about a successful pharmaceutical executive, Anthony Mackie, who gets fired and completely blackballed for whistleblowing on his corrupt company. Desperate for a new gig, he begins selling his sperm at $10,000 a pop to lesbians eager to have children. That's real nice. There's potential here. Where's the potential? But Lee gives into his worst storytelling instincts, bloating the narrative to include the mob and, most extraneously, I cannot talk today, a rocky relationship between his parents, Lonette McKee, and Jim Brown. If you ever wanted to know what Jungle Fever would look like if nothing worked, Here's 138 minutes of a phenomenal talent swinging blindly at wild pitches.
Sounds like a bad George Carlin reference.
Huh?
Sounds like a bad George Carlin reference.
Eh.
With the golfing thing and the blind guys trying to swing at a ball that they can't see.
Yeah. Howard Hawks. Redline 7000. It's tempting to cite Hawks' derivative, Rio Lobo, as his weakest film. But you can't knock a master for stealing from his own brilliant work. Hawks never made an awful movie, but he got in the neighborhood with this mostly uninvolving action drama about hot-blooded stock car drivers. The director is on familiar ground with the romantic rivalries and uneasy male-bonding, but George Kurgo's screenplay lacks the snap and wit you expect from a Hawks film. Despite the novelty of mounting cameras on one of the cars, the racing scenes are completely unmemorable. That's... eh. What?
It just doesn't make any sense now.
Huh?
Unmemorable?
It don't... But, in a way it does, because the movie was a big flop. It made no sense.
Yeah, he was experimenting with something different instead of what he's been doing.
Yeah, but everybody knows.
And he wanted to try something a little different. To where, okay, I'm going to make a really stupid-ass movie that makes no sense, but leave a cliffhanger.
Eh.
I
Well,
can
I
understand him wanting to try something different. Let me get back in here.
Yeah, but putting a camera on a car and you're doing a race scene or race scenes,
Yeah.
it does not work. Nobody gets one view, not the whole thing. I mean, I'm not a NASCAR driver, but at least I know that much. Nor do I really care about NASCAR.
Hey!
I know there's people that watch it. I just, like Jeff Dunham, I don't fucking get it. When he used,
Bubba J.
no, Sweet Master,
Oh, Sweet Daddy D?
Sweet, yeah.
Yeah, Sweet Daddy D and Bubba J.
Yeah.
Sweet Daddy D doesn't get NASCAR,
Yeah.
but a bunch of white guys driving around in a fucking big-ass circle.
Come back in 10 minutes. You ain't gonna miss a fucking thing.
The only problem is Sweet Daddy D obviously doesn't pay attention to NASCAR due to the fact that it's not all white.
Well, figure.
There are other people in there that are different color in NASCAR. I think Sweet Daddy D just
Yeah, but
mainly knocks that out and just thinks that NASCAR is just a bunch of white people driving around in a circle, trying to win something. Bubba J, on the other hand, he gets it, but
he don't care because he's drunk.
even he says he doesn't understand why people have to drive around in one big ass circle. I mean, I understand the competition of NASCAR.
Yeah,
No matter how many cars are out on the damn track going around in the goddamn circle,
it's usually the same fucking people that win every time.
somebody, needs to win each time NASCAR comes around. Now, the way I looked at it is like, okay, one big-ass circle, who cares? One medium-ass circle. Okay, now we're getting a little more trickier. And he keeps doing the same thing every year. Wish NASCAR could come up with something different.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of a big-ass circle, how about a figure eight? Or how about a big ass triangle? Or a square? Let's see them drive around that shit at 5,000 miles an hour. That will be a fucking perfect thing, just like George Carlin
A
said.
better idea.
I didn't come here just to watch a NASCAR and drive around a big ass circle. I came here to see motherfuckers get fucked up!
How about a better idea? Try doing it open terrain.
There is a race like that, but it's a different type of NASCAR.
Yeah, I know it is.
These NASCARs won't be able to do it.
No shit. Francis Truffet. I didn't stutter. That's his name. Truffet.
An elephant with a hair lip.
Green Room. The Green Room. This film is worth seeing for Nestor Almandro's autumnal cinematography alone, but you'll have to wait for a repertory screening or a proper Blu-ray release to appreciate it. Given the middling esteem in which the film is held, you're going to be waiting for a while. An ambitious drama based on 3 Henry James short stories, the film stars Truffet and Natalie Bay as 2 death-obsessed individuals driven to create a memorial to all the dead people who mattered in their lives. Someone like Edward Yang might have nailed this material, but Truffet can't find his way in emotionally. It doesn't help that, despite his grief, we don't really respond to Truffet's main character. It's an odd misfire, but your mileage may vary. It has its admirers. I bet you it don't. Jean-Luc Godard, a film like any other. Positively interminable, Godard's first post-cinema effort consists of student radicals discussing a revolution that would never arrive, listening to their hopelessly naive ideas is bad enough, have to contend with Godard's initially ugly and uninvolving framing, as well as his cloddish efforts at sound collage, will leave you in George C. Scott a la hardcore hysterics. Most of Goddard's political work is hard to take nowadays, but this film is particularly hateful. Frank Capra, Pocket Full of Miracles. It sounds like a drug thing. Frank Capra seemingly delved into self-parody of this outlandishly sentimental tale of a kind-hearted gangster, Glenn Ford, who conspires to help a kind-hearted, down-and-out apple merchant, Betty Davis, or Bet Davis, however you want to pronounce it, fool her daughter into believing she is a glamorous Manhattan socialite. Despite the story's Damon Runyon roots, there's zero charm or zip to the proceedings. Capra's just going through the mawkish motions, which drains the life out of all of the performances. Mercifully, this would be Capra's final film. I think he died after that. Wow. This is a shock. But I was right. This might get some people in a certain genre with their panties all in a bunch in their ass.
Would that include me too?
George Lucas, Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
Okay, then it does include me. I'm safe. I'm safe. Touchdown. I'm safe.
I was fucking right when it came out.
Touchdown. I'm safe.
Hold on. While The Phantom Menace has long been the whipping boy, of the Star Wars prequel trilogy, it's the middle entry in the cycle that deserves the majority of the opprobrium. Basically, the line for the shitbox. There are things to like: Obi-Wan gumshoeing on Camino, Christopher Lee hamming it up as Count Dooku. I think that's how you pronounce it. Watto. But what's supposed to be the heart of the trilogy, the blaspheming of the ill-fated romance between Anakin, who was played by Hayden Christensen, and Padme, Natalie Portman, is written / performed with all the depth and sensitivity of a bad One Tree Hill episode. Although, in terms of series continuity, whining about sand is about as grating as Luke griping about power converters. So maybe this was a carefully orchestrated annoyance on Lucas's part. I was fucking right when I fucking called it. That's not a fucking first trailer. It was gonna fucking fail. George Lucas, yeah, great director. That flopped. I knew it.
Yep, sure did.
Francis Ford Coppola, Jack. Yes, the movie with Jack, with Robin Williams.
Oh, okay.
Francis Ford Coppola, Jack. When you dream of creating an artist-friendly studio in the heart of Hollywood gets shattered into a million pieces, you lose a lot of things. Your passion to create, your ability to make the kinds of films that matter to you, and most importantly, other people's money.
Thank you, Debbie.
Huh?
Debbie gave us a thumbs up.
To pay off his Madrid markers, Coppola took a number of for-hire gigs throughout the 80s and the 90s. None more cringeworthy than this sub-Spielbergian gloss on the tragic condition of Werner syndrome. And that is a real condition. Werner syndrome. The great, late Robin Williams plays the rapidly aging title character with his usual riff-happy aplobe, which is totally out of place in what should be a melancholy dramedy. Visually, Coppola hacks it out like a grunted pro. Okay, in what part of that movie was it riff-happy a lob? I mean, I saw the parts where Robert Williams, he's happy and everything. He finally finds out what's fucking wrong with him. And then he's just, fuck it.
Don't know, never saw the movie.
Huh?
Don't know, never saw the movie.
You never saw Jack.
No.
I think that just might have saved you.
Touchdown again, I'm saved.
Brian De Palma, Domino. Given the challenges De Palma faced on this production, the shooting schedule was massively truncated. When financiers failed to deliver on the promised budget, it's a miracle that Domino is coherent and occasionally thrilling. But the fact remains that it lacks the requisite production value, which, it seems, leaves De Palma to focus his creative energies on two terrific set pieces: a rooftop chase and an attempted drone assassination at a bullfight. This just sounds really stupid. When De Palma is working in this mode, he needs a budget and sense of scale, both of which were denied him here in this film. Jonathan Demme, The Truth About Charlie. Ostensibly a remake of Stanley Donen's Charade, Demme's The Truth About Charlie is little more than an ethereal love letter to Paris and the French New Wave. This is not enough to sustain a 1 hour and 4 minute feature, but it is enough to make you smile on occasion, particularly as some of the movement's luminaries, Charles Aznavour, Agnes Varda, and Anna Karina, unexpectedly turn up. If you lack a fondness for such things, this could be a rough set. Okay. A Kevin Bacon movie is on this list. Paul Verhoeven, Hollow Man. Paul Verhoeven's genius for subverting trashy, noxious material is sorely lacking in this humorless variation on The Invisible Man. The transformation effects, which is special effects, are astonishing, and Kevin Bacon is surprisingly well cast as a mad scientist, but narratively, it's bound to a slasher film template. It's a disconcertingly cruel and angry film built around a sociopath who's upset that his ex-girlfriend is cheating on him with a colleague. And alert Verhoeven would have found a way to upend the script's nastiness. Instead, he just revels in it. I actually have to say this. The Invisible Man, the people that created the original Invisible Man, would have shown up in a movie, in this type of movie, where someone's trying to recreate what they fucking did, and they know it sucks, and they know it's gonna suck, they would show up on screen and kill everybody in it. Okay. Catherine Bigelow. The Weight of Water. I didn't know water had weight. Unless it floods. Catherine Bigelow bounces back and forth between a present-day tale of a vacationing news photographer, Catherine McCormick, researching the 19th century murder of two women, and a retelling of the events she is investigating, which is continually informed by new information. It's trying to be a mystery and a domestic drama. The reporter's husband, Sean Penn, is shamelessly flirting with the wife, Elizabeth Hurley, of one of their companions. But the two narratives feel oddly desperate. It's a cold, passionless movie. John Woo. Paycheck. John Woo's Hollywood run was far from the disaster it's often made out to be. Hard Target was undermined by the studio, but the theatrical cut is still a blast. Broken Arrow is a hugely satisfying mid-90s actioner. Face Off, perfection. Mission Impossible 2 is an oopsie. Wind Talkers is a vital World War II film. And then there's Paycheck, a Philip K. Dick, that's the last name, Dick, adaptation from a sci-fi resistant storyteller as a meat and potatoes action film that does not work. Woo delivers just enough, particularly shot set pieces, to justify its existence. But, as with Mission Impossible 2, he's desperate to infuse the modern formula with a Hitchcockian flair. Those two explanations do not mix any film or description. He doesn't care about the premise. That's a MacGuffin to him. Woo's all about classic Hollywood. Scale, suspense, sex. All at the expense of real-world logic. 2000s Hollywood would never let him craft that kind of film. And thus he fled. Ang Lee, taking Woodstock. The weakest film in Ang Lee's oeuvre is a perfectly sweet and perceptive drama about a mildly ambitious young man who happened to be in the right small New York village at the same time. This is a story of how Woodstock happened and what it meant to people at a local level. There are fine performances from Eugene Levy, Lev Schreiber, I think that's how you say that, and Imelda Staunton. But it's so measured in its ensemble scope that you feel like each character falls one scene short. But that's life. Stanley Kubrick. A Clockwork Orange, which is actually a cult classic. No one is going to argue the cultural or technical significance of A Clockwork Orange. And it is obviously not Kubrick's fault that the film has frequently been misread as a call to arms for nihilists, bigots, and so on. But the film is the film, and it's Abilius as its main character. Unlike Kubrick's other major works, which underwent protracted development periods, A Clockwork Orange was a relative rush job, the replacement film for Napoleon. And there's a lack of consideration in terms of theme. The looseness is unusual for Kubrick. Nothing in his career predicts the William Tell Overture, sex scene, and occasionally welcome, but it's dead and misanthropy. Peter Weir, Green Card. That's a little racing, ain't it? Peter Weir had conquered Hollywood. Witness was a critical and commercial hit. Yes, The Mosquito Coast flopped. Undeservedly, as it's a significant film, but the Australian auteur made up for it, and then some with Dead Poets Society. Weir would do as he damn well pleased, and so he did. He wrote, produced, and directed the romantic comedy Green Card as a means of introducing French superstar Gerard Depardieu to U.S. audiences. We all have ambitions in this life, and sometimes they make sense only to the individual. If this was the palate cleanser we are needed to make fearless, all hail Green Card. Okay, Woody Allen. Anything else? When you make a film a year for roughly half a century, you're bound to miss the mark every now and then. Woody Allen has missed a lot. Let me say that again. Woody Allen has missed the mark a lot. When he was transitioning from being survived or perceived as a comedy writer-director in the late 70s and early 80s, his dramas were generally considered shallow and imitative of his heroes, particularly Bergman. Today, they look like wild strawberries compared to the dusty, bottom-of-the-drawer comedies he's churned out since the turn of the century. The nadir has to be anything else. A haphazardly cast relationship, comedy laden with stale banter that plays like it was written in the early 60s. One half expects a charge, a plate, gag to sneak through. That makes no sense. Agnes Verda, 101 Nights. Agnes Varda was incapable of making an uninteresting film, but this shamelessly sentimental, trifle-fitting 100 years of motion pictures is essentially terror in the aisles of cinephiles. Oh, that's real rude. Basically, people that constantly go to the movie theaters. The cameos are fun, but the reason to watch is to check out Vida's personally selected clip reel. It's a movie mixtape from a true blue gleaner that'll leave you wanting to revisit all of your favorites. No. Billy Wilder, Buddy Buddy. The Birdcage, a side remaking of Francis Weber comedy, is a losing proposition. This should have been clear to Hollywood when the formidable writing team of Billy Wilder and IAL Diamond failed miserably to wring laughs out of his black comedy. I'm butchering this one. La Merde, in which a hitman's Walter Matthew, low profile, is continually interrupted by the suicidal antics of a television censor, Jack Lemmon, in the apartment next door. Wilder had been hit or miss throughout the 70s, and he'd never made anything as irredeemably lousy as this. It's forced zaniness from a master who'd suddenly lost his touch. Preston Sturgis, the great moment. Preston Sturgis, reunited with Joel McCrea for this bioepic about William Thomas Green Morton. Damn, that's a long-ass word. Long-ass name. The dentist who first demonstrated the effectiveness of ether as a surgical anesthetic. It's a little unfair to signal this film out as Sturgis's weakest. Paramount shelved it for 2 years and recut it to play as a comedy. What's left is an unsatisfying, borderline, incomprehensible mess that really exhibits the wit or intelligence of a classic Sturgis film, which is bizarre given that it was something of a passion project for the guy. Milos Forman, Goya's Ghosts. Milos Forman didn't know how to make an uninteresting film. And that's probably the best that could be said of his final feature, which tells the fictionalized story of Francisco Goya, Stellan Skarsgård, or how you ever pronounce that last word, Skarsgård, intervening in the Spanish Inquisition trial of one of his models, Natalie Portman. It isn't as playful as Forman's previous collaborations with screenwriter Jean-Claude Carrier, Taken Off, and Valmont, but it's one of the most gorgeously shot films he's ever made, thanks to the apologies, painterly cinematography from cinematographer Javier Agarzabar, Zarob. I know, I just butchered that badly. It also has a sense of political purpose that leaks up with his earlier works. It's just not as fun as those movies. Alan J. Pakula, Consenting Adults. Alan J. Pakula doesn't get enough credit for being a risk taker, while he's best known for his masterful 70s thrillers, Clout, The Parallax View, and its Way, All the President's Men. But his shattering film of William Styron's Sophie's Choice, Pakula had a taste for trash. It's just that he didn't know how to make lurid tales like Dream Lover and the worst film he ever made, Consulting Adults Sing, written by Matthew Chapman, who, on the basis of Heart of Midnight and Color of Night alone, knew from trash. It's meant to be a delirious spin on the yuppie thrillers that sprung up in the wake of Fatal Attraction. Pakula has the right cast for this type of film. Kevin Kline, Mary Elizabeth Mastronio, and a dyed blonde Kevin Spacey. But you keep wondering what Brian De Palma would have done with this material. I think Color of Night was fucking really good. I got the fucking movie. William Friedkin, The Guardian. William Friedkin returned to the horror genre for the first time since The Exorcist. Really good movie. And what he did for demonic possession, he decidedly did not do for people eating trees. Friedkin took over this project after Sam Raimi, a man who knows a thing or two about killer trees, decided to make Darkman. But here's the twist. The druidic element was all Friedkin's idea. Basically, it was initially intended to be an evil nanny riff on the Omen. Became one of the most bizarre studio horror flicks of the last 30 years. Unfortunately, Friedkin doesn't bring his usual intensity to the production. It picks up a bit at the finale, but the Friedkin of cruising and To Live and Die in LA never shows up to play. Okay, of course, we go to John Carpenter. Village of the Damned. Yeah, I knew that was a flop when I first saw it. The first time John Carpenter remade a horror classic, he topped it with The Thing. Sorry. His second go-round at updating a sacred genre text didn't go nearly as well. Carpenter and cinematographer Gary B. Kibb take full widescreen advantage of their Inverness, California setting, but unlike The Thing, which transformed the Neeby Hawks B movie into a full-blown Lovecraftian freak show. The screenplay for Village of the Damned looks like a redo of the original. It's wheelhouse sci-fi horror material for Carpenter, but he treats it as a for-hire gig. Okay. David Cronenberg, M. Butterfly. David Henry Wang's Tony-winning drama about a romance between a French diplomat and a beautiful Beijing opera performer who turns out to be a male spy gave David Cronenberg his first opportunity to prove he could thrive outside of horror. It's an intelligent, careful adaptation. Too careful. Cronenberg maintains an emotional distance, which sabotages what should be a devastating romantic tragedy. Jeremy Irons gives it his painfully repressed all, but there's no fire behind the production. Okay. Sidney Lumet, A Stranger Among Us. This is a tough call. Sidney Lumet's big budget botch of The Wiz besmirched the reputation of a fine musical and, in bombing, helped derail the 1970s black film renaissance. But it can't match the mind-blowing ludicrousness of Natalie Griffith playing a loose cannon New York City cop going undercover in Brooklyn to investigate the murder of a Hasidic diamond cutter. Lumet is one of the great chroniclers of life and crime in the Big Apple. But everything's off here. It's clearly shot in Ridgewood, Queens, which, given the film's specific setting, is akin to shooting Do the Right Thing in Midtown. And then there's Griffith, somehow more egregiously miscast here that she was in Brian De Palma's The Bonfire of the Vanities. This film did, however, provide the backdrop for Lumet's essential making movies, demonstrating once again that massive flops often make for great books. I need to take a break. In fact, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to stop here and pick that up another day. Let Pear Mike do his 2 news stories. And then I'll get into the candle magic, what it means and stuff. Go ahead. I need a refill.
I think on these 2 stories here I'll hold off for another time. But as Paralore was having fun yapping away about certain stuff, I went on to Google And I went into the little news icon, and we all know that Suicide Squad and Suicide Squad with Harley Quinn just herself being in a movie was really fucking good. And we all know that a new version is coming out soon. Just don't know what, I can't remember what date it was or what month it was, but I know Paralore has it on her desk. So I'll wait till she gets back to ask her that. But I found some stuff here about James Gunn. And one of them is James Gunn reveals DC characters who almost appeared in the Suicide Squad. Excuse me. I don't know exactly what one he's talking about, but hopefully I can find this out as we go along. James Gunn revealed which DC character almost got to star in the Suicide Squad. A lot of people wondered how DC goes about choosing some of the faces that end up in these inseemable movies. The director was more than happy to oblige when it came to the team's lineup. On Twitter, he tossed out some images of beloved DC comic villains, and fans are having too much fun going through the pictures to identify some of the wilder submissions.
You can put it back up on screen.
There you are. So far, we have identified Livewire, Man-Bat, Chemo, KG Beast, Knockout, Gunhawk, Mr. Freeze, Killer Frost, Deathstroke, Black Spider, Solomon Grundy, Punch and Jubilee, and Rainbow Creator. Creature. That was a firework if anybody heard that. Clearly, Gunn got some use out of that DC Twitter thing with a ton of characters included. Maybe the best part of his post is the fact that he's open to using some of these in his next go-around. And I don't know if you heard the topic of this, but it has to deal with the Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
The topic is James Gunn reveals DC characters who almost appeared in the Suicide Squad. Now, I know the new movie is coming out soon. I just can't remember what month and what day. But I was reading that. Oh, good God. These photos are, like, really good. On James Gunn's Twitter page. Let's see. Recently, the Guardians of the Galaxy director spoke to Total Film about why he made some of the selections for one of the most overlooked villains. It was just the perfect fit. Polka Dot Man is great. Polka Dot Man sounds stupid. I'm sorry to say, not one of the DC villains I would pick. Unless his theme song is fucking polka music. Gunn told Total Film, I went and looked online who's the dumbest DC character of all time. That's a quote from him. And it was Polka Dot Man. We've turned the character who's a sad, pathetic character into a character who's depressed because people think He's stupid. I agree. He has a very tragic story that you learn about throughout the film. To be able to add depth to characters who are thought of as the silliest is a fun thing for me to do. Wrong. Sure, he even created a character or even tried to look up something like that. And it goes on, goes on, goes on. A couple more tweets from his Twitter handle. And that's it from that. Continuing on to the next part. If my computer will shut it down. And I think my computer, my other screen just, yeah, it's just froze. Son of a bitch. I hate this. Okay, there we go. The next one. The Suicide Squad promo posters offer a clear look at Starro, the Conqueror, and Task Force X. Some new promo posters for the Suicide Squad have been revealed, and as well as highlighting various members of Task Force X. We also get a clear shot of Starro the Conqueror. Yeah. It's common knowledge that Starro is the Suicide Squad's big bad. But Warner Brothers has definitively made an effort to only tease the classic Justice League villain in the trailers for the movie. Putting together what we know, or can we know, from the footage we've seen, it seems that Corto Maltese government wants to weaponize the alien, and that's why Task Force X is sent in. Ultimately, Starro escapes, and what probably started off as an assassination mission became a battle to stop this bizarre creature from taking over the planet. Now, thanks to some newly revealed promo art for the Suicide Squad, we have our clearest look at Starro to date. While the colors here are inventive or inverted, this offers up our first full look at the Conqueror, and he looks pretty much exactly as you expect. Unfortunately, we still don't know who, if anyone, will lead their voice to the character, but something tells us James Gunn has enlisted a big name. Right. And there's a lot of things going on around here. I'm not reading that. Advertisement. Okay, so there's a cliffhanger on that one about the promo poster of Suicide Squad. Next one. James Gunn doesn't consider pre-WandaVision for MCU shows canon. This should be interesting. Excuse me for a minute. There we go. There was a time before Marvel Studios began producing its own TV shows for Disney Plus. that there were a bunch of different Marvel shows already on TV with dubious connections to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In other words, MCU. And director James Gunn says that even shows like Agent of the Shield don't really count. I would agree. Although it did have Samuel L. Jackson in it, so playing Fury, so that was pretty good for his part. Although I can't see him being a DC person. Can you?
Huh?
See
Sorry,
him-
I'm not looking at something.
I know you're not. I was asking them. Our listeners and viewers. In the pre-Disney Plus era, there were quite a number of different Marvel TV shows. Netflix, good God, and its own interconnected Defenders universe featured Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist. Luke Cage is Mortal Kombat, I think.
Yeah.
Not a DC. Iron Fist, I think that was a DC person. Daredevil, I'm still kind of on the fence with that one.
I don't know.
Jessica Jones, I've never heard of that person, but okay. Which had only the loosest connection to the MCU. There was always ABC Disney produced shows like Agent of the Shield and Agent Carter, which directly referenced the MCU, and both Agent Coulson and Agent Carter were in MCU's films themselves. But in a Twitter thread, Gunn started about actors who are in both the MCU and the DC universe. The director says he doesn't include pre-WandaVision shows in the MCU. I don't know what the hell WandaVision is, which is spelled WandaVision. I've never heard something like that, but if you guys have, let me know. Just email me. The director justifies this by saying there was never any coordination between the earlier TV stuff and the cinematic side of Marvel like there is now. And that was all in quotes. The history between Marvel Televisions and Marvel Studios is tricky for sure. Fucking stupid. After the success of Phase 1 and the Avengers, Marvel Television spun up Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. at Disney-owned ABC Studio. TV show sucked. And while there were entire seasons dedicated to the event that happened in the movies, Season 2's storyline about S.H.I.E.L.D. after the events of Captain America and the Winter Soldier, for example, the show and films never crossed over because they were stupid. Other shows produced by Marvel Television, like Hulu's Legion and Runaways, or the Netflix Marvel shows, were even further distanced from the MCU. Come on. Eventually, Marvel Television was folded into Marvel Studios, and Kevin Feige now oversees every Marvel property, film and TV, as Chief Creative Officer of Marvel. In short terms, CCOM. Come on. The computer's being stupid today, folks. I don't know why, but it probably has to deal with that blackout when we had it.
Maybe.
So that means that I'll be trying to fix all the computers here. That should be fun. But if you want me to if you guys want to see me go crazy, I have another page that's a vlog of mine that I'm trying to create, and I'll do a video on that, and you guys can watch me go nuts. Goes on to continue to say, this has put Marvel's pre-Disney Plus. That's right, I said that. Pre-Disney Plus TV history into a bit of a limbo. Let it stay there. Marvel Studios technically inherited all of the shows produced by Marvel Television. But so far, none of the movies or Disney Plus shows acknowledge their existence. Even when Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the air, the references were always a one-way street, with the show acknowledging the movies, but not vice versa. I have hair on my thing. This hasn't stopped fans from speculating over potential crossovers, though. Charlie Cox, who played Daredevil for Netflix, remains a popular figure amongst fans who hope to see the actor again as Daredevil in a proper MCU movie. But that's just a wish for now. Gunn is getting ready to premiere his take on the Suicide Squad before going back into the MCU to direct the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie? Come on! The first one was stupid, the second one's stupid, now you're gonna make a third one? James Gunn, stay the fuck away from that part. Please. Next thing I'll be seeing, Suicide Squad. Guess who starred in it? Batista. Jeez, it's bad enough you got John fucking Cena, loser.
No shit.
Do you agree with Gunn's take on the MCU? Let us know. Let's see, you want my opinion on it? James Gunn needs to stay away from MCU because there's no such thing. It's been made up, and they're trying to get every other superhero that was ever imagined or drawn on paper and put in the fucking comic books and then put in fucking cartoons and then made into goddamn movies are not Universal. They're not Marvel fucking heroes. They're made up morons. Did a shelf just get dragged by me? What the hell? And that's it for that one. Pop you back in. And let's see. Oh. When is Suicide Squad coming out? Is that November or what? I can't remember what date that was.
Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad comes out August 6th.
August 6th? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here's one, and it has to deal with John Carpenter's Halloween movie franchise. Okay.
Oh, that one comes out October.
Halloween Kills?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. John Carpenter's franchise. Hold on. Get rid of that so I can roll down here. It just came out yesterday.
Yeah.
From bloody-disgusting.com.
Yeah, they're a horror site.
Yeah, I know that. The original Halloween, the very first motherfucking movie made by John Carpenter, is getting an official pinball machine for the very first time. I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
And it's got like 3 different houses. One's brick on one side, and you have a wooden house in front, and you have like some type of stucco house on the other side.
Yeah.
With the knife in front, like this. The man behind the house wearing the mask and everything, just for the look of the pinball machine. Announced this week, Spooky Pinball is getting set to unleash a pinball machine based on John Carpenter's Halloween, and the first art for the game has been revealed today, which was yesterday. Designed by Jason E. I can't pronounce his last name, so forgive me. Check out the back glass artwork above. Let's see if I can do this. So, oops, wrong switch. There it is. Let's see if I can get that in here. Come back over here, blow this up. I know, guys, this is nuts. It would have been a lot easier if this can go better, but it doesn't. Get rid of that. Okay, that's what the picture looks like. The artwork for the pinball machine. What do you guys think of that? You think it should go, or should it just stay not like it, but go back to the original version? You guys let me know, because I know Paralor's not paying attention to this. So let's get rid of that now. Go back and read some more of it after I reduce it. There we go.
Okay, I'm here.
Here, let me bring this back up. That's what the thing looks like.
His pinball machine?
That's the art
Yeah.
for the glass part of the pinball machine. That's what the artwork looks like for the pinball machine.
That looks really good.
Because in the back is the pinball.
That looks really good.
Yeah, that's the artwork for the pinball machine for the very first one. Supposedly, the way he drew this is supposed to be the very first Halloween movie ever made. Now, I don't know if that was the original cover for the first
first
Halloween
one?
that ever came
The
out
first
by
movie?
John Carpenter. Yeah, with the 3 houses. I mean, I know this one here is brick, this one's wood, and this one looks like a stucco. But I don't know if this, with the 3 houses and him right there, it was the original box covering at the time.
Box cover? Hold on. Let me check it out right now.
While Paralor's doing that, I'm going to keep it up here, but I'm going to hide it. Goes on, Jason writes on Facebook, I am very proud to help roll out the project I've been working on for 1.5 years for the first time ever, Halloween pinball.
Okay. Well, I found a cover, the original cover for the original Halloween movie.
Okay.
Hopefully you can blow it up here. Here we go.
Okay, hold on.
You can look at it for yourself.
Hold on. I have to go to the other direction so I can get into yours, and then I can share it over here. It's right here. If you hear an echo, I'm in her computer, so sorry. But that's it right there?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
the original Halloween movie cover.
Okay, so it's different.
Yeah, it's different.
Okay. That is nuts. That is nuts compared to that one. So I guess he went with the eyes with it, and maybe made the pinball look like a pumpkin
Maybe.
from your picture that you showed.
Huh?
From the picture that you showed,
Yeah.
must have been the same for the pinball. The eyes, where the picture you have like the two eyes right here. It looks like a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's probably what the pinball thing in the background is supposed to mean.
a pumpkin, yeah. Pretty good job, though. I am a massive fan of this franchise, and it was a true labor of love. Jason continues, working closely with the Spooky team and the Halloween licensing family, we created an exceptional machine as a true team effort. I created all the 2D art for this game. They still doing 2Ds? Come on, guys. 2Ds is like old and decrepit.
What?
He's saying that he's still using 2D artwork for the machines.
2D artwork?
Yeah.
It's not that old. 2D artwork comes out in some instances, depending on what kind of fucking photo or picture you're trying to do. 2D art is actually sometimes better than new version D art, like 3D, 4D, however you want to fucking call it.
Well, it's got 3D game mechanics in here, but that's after 2D art for this machine, inside and out, and helped conceptualized from some of the 3D game mechanics. I can't wait to reveal the rest of the art. Stay tuned. The night he comes home to your arcade. And it's got a website here which is shop.spookypinball. To get your Fang Club memberships for early access to purchase the game soon.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you right now, that's not going to be a cheap thing.
Go figure. You can't even get to the site.
No.
Because it just says shop.spookypinball and that's it.
Yeah, I know.
So obviously it's still being in works.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it for that one. I figured I'd throw that one in there because it make you interested in it for you. Or so.
Mm-hmm.
Another one here. Back to James Gunn. And this one is from the direct.com site. James Gunn shuts down Captain America and Star-Lord fan theory. I did not know something like that was going on until I found this one.
Yeah.
Fan theories are highly prolific, with nearly every blockbuster movie franchises running, including the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is now into its 26th project with no signs of slowing down. Some of these theories even find their way into interviews with the MCU's leading personalities, giving reason to think hard about what's really coming. Something like that I would not do! In Phase 4 alone, Marvel Comics' big bad Mephisto already made the rounds online. Though the course of WandaVision, even though he couldn't have been further from developers' minds, fans are currently enveloped in ideas about Kang the Conqueror making his full MCU debut in Loki, which could come to fruition in the next couple of weeks. Guardians of the Galaxy director James Gunn recently took a look at a fan's theory from his own movies, although it isn't one that turned out to be true. Cap and Star-Lord aren't related. Even I knew that just by the damn title.
No shit.
And outside that, I don't think there was ever either a villain or a good guy named Star-Lord. Guardians of the Galaxy director James Gunn took to Twitter to clarify the fan theory that Captain America is Star-Lord's grandfather in the MCU. Okay, when would Captain America have time to get laid? Never. He's too busy trying to save the world from a bunch of idiots. This theory seemingly started when fans realized that actress Laura Haddock played two roles in the MCU. An adoring fan in Captain America, the first Avenger, and Peter Quill's mother Meredith in both Guardians of the Galaxy movies. As such, some fans speculated that these two characters could be mother and daughter, and that Steve's on-screen interaction with the adoring fan in the first Avenger lead to an off-screen fling. Fans are getting really fucking stupid. And I'm kind of surprised in that, we're talking about MCU here with James Gunn, Suicide Squad, all the way now to fucking Guardians of the Galaxy. When a fan asked about the validity of Peter Quill being Steve Rogers' grandson, Gunn reiterated that Greg Henry plays one of Star-Lord's grandfathers, and that the other would be Ego, the living planet's father. And I think that would probably be maybe Earth's father. I don't know.
Yeah.
Gunn also confirmed that Meredith Quill was born long after Captain America sacrificed himself in 1945 during the events of Captain America, the first Avenger. Yeah. Gunn continues to explain to persistent fan that Quill's grandfather would have been too young to have fought in World War II. Separate worlds for two Avengers. That's a whole nother story. It's just not part of the main story that was there. But fans' theories, you all need to stop that shit, for one. For two, stop trying to think you have a huge honker that's just so goddamn little and you don't even know what the fuck is going on. Because obviously you ain't a Marvel person. nor are you a DC person. Because if you were a Marvel person, or a DC person, or if you were both, you would know that none of these other idiots are supposed to be superheroes or fucking villains fucking existed! It's fucking made up bullshit, you idiots! Pull your head out of your tiny little ding-dongs! Jesus fucking Christ! And here's another thing. Don't compare Guardians of the Galaxy with fucking Marvel or DC Comics. Whoever came up with that fucking fantasy and putting it out there on YouTube and making it like a fucking TV movie, you're fucking stupid. You need to fucking be shot to death. Good God, I can't believe I have to go out on a rant and I don't even fucking deal with that shit. If it's a video game from either Marvel or DC, okay, I'd rather play on that PlayStation and be the character, which is fine.
Yeah.
And I like the story the way it is. But if you're going to have Marvel, DC, and Guardians of the Galaxy all moved into one with MCU, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You're worse than a fucking Star Wars Underoos. They get the fucking little tiny whiteys in a fucking bunch and it has fucking R2-D2, C3PO, a fucking rookie on an ass crack and fucking Luke Skywalker on a little dick. Come on. Get fucking real, people. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. Yeah, I'll do these two stories another time.
Huh?
I'll do these two stories another time.
Okay.
'Cause I need to read it myself. Fully.
Okay. Now, we are going to go to the realm of witchcraft.
Well,
Basically,
before you do that, let's pop a 30-second little break in,
okay.
and then we'll...
We're back. Okay. Now, I'm going to read some, basically, like candle magic, what the colors of the candles, that what they are supposed to mean, drive away or stuff, or come to the person using the magic with the candles. Okay. White stands for spiritual enlightenment, cleansing, clairvoyance, healing, truth seeking, innocence, clarity, and unity. Dawn, purification, peace, truth, protection, spirituality. Repels negativity, spiritual strength, truth, purity, heals emotions, it provides protection. That's what white is for candles, for candle magic.
Now,
What?
you and I both know how many different colors there are in candles.
Oh, yeah.
There's different types of white candles that are out there.
Yeah.
Now, with other white candles that
Yeah.
are not like strictly just says, okay, this is a white candle.
Yeah.
But you have a candle that are like scented, like white lavender or white oceans,
Yeah.
something like that. Are those considered under that statement?
Yes.
That could be used for anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Regular candles, scented candles, they all are the same things.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, you said white candle.
Yeah.
Okay. people may think, okay, well, I need to find just a pure white candle
Yeah.
that just has on the label says white candle.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that can any other type of white candles that are out there be used for the same thing, like white coconut or white lavender or white peach cream,
Yes.
stuff like that, like the
Yeah.
scented types and the non-scented types, just with extra words to it, but it has the word white in it.
Yes.
Okay.
Scented candles, like I said, provides the same properties as the regular candles. It's more. Scented candles have some scented candles, for like you said, like white lavender. It's added scent to the candle that adds extra to what you're doing.
But it falls under the categories that you mentioned,
Yes.
like truth, love, peace, spiritual healing, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's white.
That's what I was.
candles.
That's what I was trying to get to with the other types of candles that are out there.
Yeah, the scented candles doesn't matter if it's scent. I mean, me, with my magic, when I use candles, the scented ones doesn't matter really of what the scent is, it's the color.
Right.
Scented candles, for example, fucking fresh cotton. It's white. It has the same properties. It means the same thing. The scent is supposed to be more soothing for the individual doing the spell. For example, with Ghost Adventures, and you see candles, like Zach having lit candles and stuff like that. I use the scented ones because it adds more of an aura for the person doing it. I mean, a couple of times. I mean, Zach, he's not shown lighting the candles. They're already lit. I don't think it's out there anymore, but there was one video out there that showed Zach lighting a candle. I'm pretty sure it's not out anymore. It was basically when they were doing the vlogs to kind of
Oh yeah.
like showing how goofy they really are.
Behind the scenes stuff. Yeah.
There was video. I'm not sure if it was Aaron shooting it or if it was Zach doing it. But Zach was lighting a candle. And the candle was scented. And Jay, in the video, actually said scented candles give more of a calming sense to the person with the candle that's using it. That's basically what it means.
Okay.
Same properties as a regular candle that has no scent. The scented has the same properties, the same meaning. It just has a scent to it for the individual.
Okay.
Gray, yes, color gray for a candle, useful when pondering complex issues, can neutralize negative influences without repercussions, represents balance, encourages stability, helps develop psychic abilities. In magic, this color often sparks confusion. It also can negate or neutralize a negative influence. I mean, I used to see gray candles when I was younger, but you don't see gray candles anymore. Other colors, yes, but never gray. Simply because nobody really uses gray. It's just a part of the candle magic properties. Violet, a form of purple. Strength, success, idealism. Ideal for rituals, which are designed to secure ambition, independence, and financial success, or to contact the spirit world. The color silver, which I have once or twice seen silver candles, but that's if you go to the actual Yankee Candle store. Places that sell candles, especially scented candles, from either Better Home and Gardens to even Yankee Candle, you don't see silver. Silver is better at... Basically, silver is better for wearing it, like, for example, jewelry. Silver jewelry works like a silver candle. Now, with silver, the color silver, for candle, jewelry, however, stands for victory, stability, meditation, developing psychic ability, removal of negative power, repelling destruction, cancellation, neutrality, basically neutralizing, or a neutralizer, and stalemate. The color yellow candle, intellect, wisdom, and honor, action, inspiration and creativity, studying and intelligence, concentration, memory, logic, learning, attraction, confidence, mental powers, inspiration, energy, cheerfulness, changes, endurance, stability, and security. Let's see. Now, yellow, not to be confused with gold, just regular yellow. We've seen yellow candles. We just never pick them up.
That's true.
May have to get up close here. Okay. The color yellow for candle interacts. Basically, it's for the candle yellow. Intellect, confidence, divination, communication, equivalence, travel, and movement. Yellow is the color of the element of air. Burn yellow candles during rituals, if you do rituals. Designed to heighten your visualization abilities before studying. Program a yellow candle to stimulate your conscious mind. Light the candle and let it burn while you study. For a way to explain that, if you see like movies where people are reading with candlelight, or they're writing something and you got a candle lit, that's simply what that means. Because before there was fucking electricity, there was candles.
Yeah.
Orange for a candle is for attraction, energy, burnt to attract specific influences or objects. The color, let's see, I already said white. Okay, here we go. Pink. Yes, I said that. Pink.
Another color we stay away from.
Yeah. Pink, which stands for love, friendship, compassion. Goddamn. Relaxation. Pink candles can be burned during rituals designed to improve self-love. They're ideal for weddings and are all forms of emotional union. Now, the black candles. First, let me get to green first. For the color green in candles means money, or you're trying to use the color green for whatever intuition you want. Stands for money, prosperity, employment, fertility, healing, growth. Green is the color of the element of earth. If you're walking on the ground, it's earth. You walk on grass, and the grass is green. It's called earth. Okay. Now, back to black. Now, there are some people misconstrued what black indicates for candles. Burning black with any other color dissolves negative energies. It even stands for protection, hex breaking, reversing. Like if someone does a hex on one person, that same person getting hexed can reverse it back to the other. Banishing, destroying evil or negativity, binding and repelling. Also used for healing very powerful illnesses. See, when I use candles, it's for black. I usually use black, but I use multiple types of colored candles for extra power for the spell I'm doing, and extra power for the spell to come to fruition. Yeah, sorry for my stumbling. I can't talk today. Another explanation for the color green: abundance, growth. Again, I said money before. Success, wealth, physical healing, health, and marriage, fertility, employment, balance. It also stimulates growth, healing, financial success, good luck, new job, good harvest, nature, appreciation, love. The color lavender, and I'm allergic to the scent.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a few minutes, but I was listening to what you were saying about black candles.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Now, for me, I know there's two sides to that.
Yeah.
The one side you said and how you explained it.
Yeah.
But there's the other side of it, like of black candles. Like when people see black candles, no
Yeah.
matter whoever sells them, whatever retail store sells them.
Yeah.
Isn't it true that black candles can be evil?
Well,
Or is it the way the person uses the black candle to make it evil?
it depends on the intention of the person using it. Black, I mean, if the person is either negative or basically is a pissed off witch that wants to do harm, it's the intention of the person using the candle. Using black candles is not either or. It's supposed to do protection, like white. Black, people that use, I mean, I've seen once or twice a person that is of a darker power using black candles for their own intentions. So it's not really the color of the candle, it's the intention of the person using it.
What if a person doesn't have an intention
Yeah.
for anything, but just sees the black candle and automatically thinks, "Oh, it's evil"?
And that person needs a little history lesson.
True, I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is that if somebody doesn't have an intention
Yeah.
with a black candle, but sees a black candle and think, "Oh, black is evil. It shouldn't even be a color in the candle family."
Yeah.
What specific direction does that take?
Well, if a person it has a fear or they think they look at a black candle, it's considered evil automatically. It's most likely the religion of that individual.
Okay.
For example, if you're a kid and you see a black candle, you don't think anything. You just see a candle. It's black.
And it's a cool color.
But if a kid is told by their parents or someone that's supposed to be raising them, saying black candles are a form of evil, that's what gets drilled into the individual, into the person. They're told that black candles are for evil, when they're really not.
Okay.
For example,
I just wanted to ask that type of
Oh, I know.
question because when,
I mean,
like
for
I said,
example,
I was listening to it and then it just like popped up in my head with a couple of questions. Like, oh, wait a second, she's saying one thing which I agree with her, but I need to throw this out to her and everything. And I'm sorry about that, guys. I know she was about to talk about lavender candles and everything, but I had to.
it's okay.
Just because
It helps with the teaching.
just because back then, one, I thought it was a cool color.
Yeah.
Then as I get a little older and I was reading stuff in books and seeing stuff on like TV and YouTube and how black candles were used, I'm thinking, okay, so black is evil.
No.
Just because it's the color black, it was created as a candle, and
Yeah.
it's evil.
Yeah.
But then when you actually brought in a black candle one time,
Yes.
and my mind was already snapped to that from the stuff I read in books, the stuff I saw on TV, stuff I saw on YouTube videos and things like that.
Yeah.
And you
For
brought
some
it
reason,
in,
you remembered that after your tumor.
after you brought that in and everything, I'm like, why do you have a black candle here in the apartment?
Yeah.
What are your intentions of using that for, due to the fact that everybody keeps saying that the color black for a candle is automatically evil?
Yeah. And what did I do? I started laughing.
Yeah, she started laughing after I asked that question to her. I'm like, what the fuck are you laughing at for? Then she finally stopped laughing, changed her face to, oh shit, why the fuck did I just laugh at him for a question that was legitimate? Now I feel like the rest of these assholes out here.
No, the reason I laughed...
Oh, hold on. Like I was saying, like the rest of these assholes out here. After she stopped and she thought about it for about 5 minutes, and then she came out with the answer to my question.
Mm-hmm.
And she verified it in a different way to where now I understand what black means and the intention of the black candle being created the way it was.
Mm-hmm.
And with her background and our other friends' backgrounds, especially one in UK, explained it a little bit more to me in 2 different terms.
Yeah.
One was your term. The other one was our lovely, gorgeous sister in the UK.
Karen.
In her terms. And then I started seeing, okay, 2 and 2 is equaling this number. So now I understand, and once in a great while, we'll buy a black candle.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. But when you was talking about it, and I had to use the restroom, those questions popped up, so I had to make a verification of the opposite side of the black candle from the definitions you just read to the opposite side that's not there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw that out.
Well, the reason I started laughing was because one of your friends, Steve, who I don't like, and you know why.
Yes, I do.
I remember one time you were coming to my house on Byers, and he drove you over there because you were dropping something off to Chris. Or dropping off some type of price from... wanting to know a price of a certain thing because he was having you help him fix one of his other properties. And I had a candle going, and it was black. He tried to tell me the same thing. The only thing I did was, the reason I laughed at him, because I knew he was a bullshitter. Telling me to my face, I'm evil because I have a black candle burning. I said, you don't come across witches, do you? He goes, in my religion, witches are all evil. I said, well, you're looking at one. Well, all of us aren't evil. We're always fucking depicted from fucking movies.
Mm-hmm.
Which is misinformation. All of us are not evil. There could be some witch religions that are, but even they will tell you it's the intention of the individual. Now, I'm not a white witch, nor am I a dark witch. I'm a gray witch. Gray witches, they do both sides. The difference is, gray witches aren't taught out of their families. Gray witches are born that way. I learned that from my father, my biological dad. So did my brothers. The difference is, I'm more in tune in my magic and my knowledge a lot more than my brother Richie is now. Which comes the point of him saying on our first live, he didn't believe any of this. And what did I do? I called him out. I said, you got more motherfucking experiences than anyone else I know. Mm-hmm. I've seen shit with you. I've helped you remove shit. Hell, I even removed fucking demons out of your ass. And you're telling me it's bullshit. I think you've been around Mom too fucking much. And she's the worst one. And, that night, after me and Paramike ended our show, I'm in my kitchen. Paramike was still talking to him over, his messenger. And he wanted to actually see me fully. Not just my head. The whole body. He's face talking with Paramike where they're both seeing each other. I'm in the kitchen. I'm trying to get something to eat. At the time, I could put my fill in pizza rolls, but I can't now. And I look over my shoulder, and I see Paramike with the phone like this. I went, what? He's like, someone we know wanted to see a full glance of you, not just your head. I went, what? Do I got fucking horns and a tail? Am I showing horns on my head and a tail for an ass?
Sorry. Still funny.
And, he's like, no, he was just wondering. It didn't click to me that you were still talking to him. And, I started laughing at my joke, but you said, under your breath, that don't sound like her. And after you talked to him, you were still talking to him a couple days afterward, you told me who it was that you were talking to. I said, I know. I know his laugh. I know his voice. He's like, just a test. Who do you think it really was? Did you think it was Richie? Or did you think it was Alex? I looked at Paramike. And I said, I know both of my brothers. They both sounded a little different. Richie, his voice is a little bit higher. Alex always dropped his vocals down. And he said it again. Paramike, he said it again. Who do you think it really was? And you told me this afterward, but you didn't tell me it right away. After I finished eating, and I was watching Who's Line, which Drew Carey. And you waited a few hours, and I had my candles going. And you said, are you feeling alright? I said, I'm fine, I'm just tired. You turned around and said, when I asked you, who do you think it really was? Your eyes changed. I went, probably because you took a fucking picture of me with the flash on. And he's like, well, yeah, I did that a couple times. He goes, no, your eyes turned almost to a green. I went, what, are you saying I'm possessed by my other brother now? He's around me, you know that. And, he's like, well, he thinks, he's meeting Richie, thinks you might be in it a little too deep. 'Cause he was just messing with you. And technically, you yelled at him, and you never do that. I said, I don't remember doing that. I remember him saying hi, and then me walking out and getting something to drink. Meaning, I was drinking liquor. And Paramike's going to see what Patches, our little our third little cat is meowing about. Now, continue my story in a few minutes. Lavender, the color lavender, mother consciousness. Basically, mothered consciousness is basically making sure your mind is fully cleared. Manifestation and selflessness, spirituality, compassion, understanding, inspiration. Make contact with higher self, attract spiritual assistance, and very calming. Lavender, I do know, it is a calming type of thing. I'm allergic to it, so I can't use it. Now, the color gold, which everybody sees on jewelry, real or fake. Once in a while, I'll see a gold candle, but not very much. You see gold, someone's wearing it, whether it's real or not. Gold stands for enlightenment, protection, success, wealth, money, masculinity, playfulness, luck, divination, and victory. Enhances communication and attracts the power of cosmic influences. Useful in rituals, which are designed to gain fortune or money. The color purple, I'm not talking about the movie. Use with white candle to neutralize effects of karma and ego. Ancient wisdom, the third eye, psychic powers, meditation, spirituality, success, confidence, hidden knowledge, protection, divination, all forms of expansion, spiritual protection, power, wisdom, healing, and recognition. Also, contact with the spirit world. The color red, energy, vitality, and strength, health, passion, sex, love, protection, fire, fertility, fast action, strength, potency, lust, blood, physical love and passion, courage, warmth, energy, attraction, magnetism, magnetism, desire, action, physical strength, power, and willpower. Okay. The orange candles cleanses negative attitudes, situations, and places. Happiness, success, career, goals, stimulation, attraction, power, luck, sudden changes, warmth, energy building, enthusiasm, emotional healing, attracts friends, courage, and ambition. Okay. The color indigo. This is the color of Inkrita stops situations or people best used in rituals that require a deep meditational state. It also stimulates energy. Now, dark blue promotes laughter and joy as well as loyalty. Can be used to attract energy. or whenever an influence needs to be increased, confers wisdom and self-awareness, can be calming and assist in sleep. Also used to influence truth, dreams, emotions, and loyalty. Now, the color magenta is a color. This is a combination of red and velvet that oscillates on a high frequency. It's used to energize rituals where immediate action and high levels of power or spiritual healing are required, not for beginners. The color brown for candles. Rituals for material gain, eliminates indecisiveness, furthers concentration, learning, telepathy, expands financial success, finds lost items. It helps you find items you lost. You can't remember where the hell you put. Material prosperity, home, friendships, balance, animal magic, earth magic, and studying, wealth, success, intuition, psychic powers, and ESP, as well as protects pets. The color pink, which I believe I already covered, but this might be more of a teaching. Devotion, love, tenderness and faith, friendship, romance, honor, spiritual healing, caring, affection, forming partnerships, peace, emotional healing, universal love, purest form of love, love that is unconditional, spiritual love without sex connotation, rises vibrations, sensitivity, and healing. Now, the color royal blue, mostly used to confer wisdom and protection, as well as good fortune. It also increases spiritual awareness, also increases communication, which can cause change, can bring about a deep meditational state, used in rituals that need increased energy. Okay, the color peach promotes restoration and rejuvenation, confers a softness and gentleness. Now, the regular color blue, the primary spiritual color, it's used to obtain wisdom, harmony, inner light, or peace, confers truth and guidance. Other uses include healing, sleep, creativity, perception, calming wisdom, truth, loyalty, dreams, and the examination of emotions. Some say it represents the Divine Mother. The color rose, compassion for self and others, higher mystical powers, honor, love, romance, opening the heart, forgiveness, compassion, healing, joy, creativity, endurance, strength, stability, and security. Finally, light color blue, used to increase peace, tranquility, patience, and calmness. It radiates energy and can be used in devotional or supernatural meditations. And it can also employ where a situation must be synchronized. And that's it for that lesson. But to finish my story, Paramike, after he told me my eyes had turned into a green almost. And I kind of went, Mike, you know, Alex is always around me. He's like, no, when you got up to get something to drink, or refresh on your drink, both me and Richie saw like a dark form of a figure following you. Stop at the door, looked like he was staring right at him, and then continued following me. And I said, kind of like, you said my laugh kind of changed. When I started laughing, I said,
Yep.
He said it was bullshit.
Yep.
Does he think it is now? And I sat on my sofa, recliner sofa, just relaxed, still hungry, so I grabbed a snack, simply for my pills. I laid down, and the next day, I was groggy as hell, I was tired as hell, and I go and use the bathroom when I get up the next day. Paramike's getting his coffee, and I thought he had just woken up. And I go, what time is it? He goes, it's about 10:30 in the morning. Usually I don't get up this early because of my meds. He's like, call of nature maybe. I go, how long have you been up though? He goes, actually, I haven't slept all night. Why? The gas kept you up? No, you're sleepwalking. I go, what did I do? He goes, I don't know. One, I caught you trying to make a fucking sandwich again. Only, you were using a butcher knife to put mayo on a sandwich. Then, I was, put, regular bologna, turkey on it. I ate, then I went back, because, Paramike, he was given, fresh mushrooms. And I'm allergic to mushrooms. And he said that I was actually eating the mushrooms on the bread. I went, I'm allergic to mushrooms. He's like, you know that? I know that. Whatever it was controlling you, you didn't have one issue with it. To test it, he tried to give me some, and I said, you come near me with that, and you're wearing it. And, he's like, okay, I know Richie doesn't like mushrooms. Was Alex ever a mushroom eater? Yeah, he liked mushrooms. He's like, I think I just figured out that. But maybe he was hungry. He's in the fucking in-between worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, not only that, you have any idea of what you did after you ate the sandwich? No. I sleepwalk. I don't know what I'm doing. And he goes, well, you tried opening the front door And just when I reached the door, you were about to throw our old neighbor down the stairs. And what I did? He's like, I go, he goes, he explained, with our first live show on how I reacted. I went, I never yell at Richie. I mean, at times I want to slap him, but I don't yell at him. He goes, one, you yelled at him. I told you that earlier. I go, yeah, but why would I be trying to do something to our old neighbor? He goes, you were offended before we did our first live, saying our show was bullshit. I think that might have been something that you were seeing that you didn't agree with him on. I go, did he say anything?
That was a few shows in.
Huh?
That was a few shows in.
Oh. And,
right before we did our very first show, 2 nights before that.
Yeah.
You sleepwalked again.
Mm-hmm.
Back into the kitchen. She grabbed my red cutting board, put it on what's supposed to be like a little TV entertainment stand, kind of, but I turned it into like a small little pantry rack thingy.
Yeah.
And she takes the red cutting board, puts it on top of the thing, goes to the refrigerator, doesn't open the door, but she thinks she opened the door. She's saying, I'm grabbing the bread, I'm grabbing the cheese, I'm grabbing the bologna, I'm grabbing the turkey, I'm grabbing pickles, grabbing the mushrooms, and I'm like, just standing there just watching this whole damn thing, taking down notes. Goes back over to where the cutting board is, tries to make a sandwich, goes over to where I have other utensils that I cook with, grabs this long ass wooden spoon that I have for my cappuccinos, goes back over and tries to cut a sandwich in half with the spoon part. I'm just like watching, I'm like, okay. Picks it up, goes into the living room, sits down, turns her phones on, and started watching something from YouTube. And she's just sitting there eating air. Thinking she's eating a sandwich. I'm like, oh my god, this shit's starting again. It's like, here we go. Next morning, she wakes up, asks me what time it is. At this point, I'm a fucking zombie as hell. Don't know how the hell I'm still operating. It's like 8 in the morning. And she says, was I doing anything crazy the other night? Yes. And I explained the whole damn thing. And her face went from, I'm still fucking tired, I don't want to deal with shit, to, huh?
Funny.
Like, Pluto just sniffed Goofy's ass and found out that Goofy had a weird smell.
Shut up. You have to
Type of look.
use Disney reference.
It's the only way I could do it. And I'm like, yes, it was true. Then, 4 hours later, she says, if we ever save up enough money in our little lockbox bank set, which is sitting over there in the computer studio, save up enough money, find a night vision camera, and have her record me to see if I do it again. One problem with that whole scenario. In order for me to save up enough money to get a night vision camera that records, I'm going to need at least enough money for 2. One for when you're sleeping, and the other one for the kitchen. Because I don't want to try to stay up.
and just sit there and just like dee 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 dee. Oh, there she goes. I gotta go follow. No, not happening. But anyways,
About, I think a few days after, about a day or two later, after Paramike explained what I did on our first live and what I did afterwards, he said, "Hey, hope you don't mind, but I sent your brother the pictures he asked me to send him." I went, "What pictures?" He goes, "You don't remember my camera going off?" Because when he takes a picture from his camera, I can hear the click. I went, "No." He's like, "I took a couple photos of you in the kitchen, and I kind of followed you with it, recording you on other parts." I go, "Why?" He's like, "For some reason Richie wanted to see it." I went, Paramike said it looked a little funny because I just moved my head slightly, then I just moved it to the other side with a eye roll.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "No offense, you look like your friend Skittles after she tried sour Skittles one time." I went,
yeah, and her face started to a sour patch.
"Okay." I go, he said why he wanted the pictures and a video. He's like, "No." And I kind of could tell Paramike kind of did a fib, going, "No." I went, "Obviously I'm not going to get the fucking answer out of you." I got dressed. I had to do a couple of errands out of the house. And I don't know what was going on, because I got a phone call. I actually had to go up to Walmart to pick up a few things. And Paramike calls me out of the blue, because he knew I was going to Walmart. I went, "What? Do you need me to pick something up for you?" He goes, "You're out of the house, right?" "Yeah, you saw me leave like an hour and a half ago." He's like, "Well, I saw this figure. It looked like you at first, but then it morphed into a male. And it's the same height as your brother." I went, "Okay, were you able to catch it?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to try to catch a ghost." "I don't mean physically, you dolt. Did you catch it on camera?" He's like, "Yeah, I caught it on camera."
And it was one of these right here. The very first camera I actually own.
That's the first. That you actually had to try to find it. Surprising you did.
That takes one of those type of cards. A scan disc card. Then after that camera went a little haywire, I had to go get another one. And I got the same exact one, but a different brand. Same exact card. Scan disc card. About a month and a half later, this one goes nuts. From her sleepwalking. So now, with the help of the stimulus checks that we got, I purchased this lovely beauty. And I can't wait to try it out. And I'm still waiting to try this one out because this thing is awesome. And the best part is I don't have to put rechargeable batteries in the fucking thing. It comes with a rechargeable battery. Ha ha.
Well, anyway, after I got home, I saw Paramike just getting off the phone. I thought he was talking to my mother-in-law, Elaine, or one of our viewers. And I didn't say anything. And since then, Paramike hasn't heard from my brother. But he's been seeing signs, as well as I have, that Reach is going to start popping back up again. And, I go, what? Because he's...
Popping up-ish.
And, he goes, by the way, last night, after the, food incident, you were scrying in your sleep. What the hell did you do?
Don't worry.
I was scrying in my sleep. He's like, okay, long story short on that. You lit your candles, looked into the mirror, and you started scrying. I went, did you catch that? He's like, yeah, I caught the whole damn thing. I go, what was I seeing? He's like, I don't know, but the figure that I saw looking back at you was not your reflection. It was your other brother. For some odd reason, you two were having some type of telepathic conversation. I go...
That freaked the hell out of me, legitimately, just to let you all know. That freaked the fuck out of me.
I go, I wasn't moving my lips. He's like, no, but I heard what he was saying to you. I go, okay. Normally, Alex doesn't show himself with you present. He usually stays away during the off season, or off seasons as I call them. He goes, well, or other ways, my brother Alex would let Mike know he's around. He would fuck with some shit. He'd either fuck with his PS3 controller, fuck with the lighting. Once, when nobody was in the building we live in except for us, the water, when Paramedic was taking a shower, went ice cold. And he's telling me that. I went, well, he goes, but the weird thing is, Alex's eyes were glowing.
You forgot one other thing, too.
What?
I have tools that I've collected all of my life for free. Just find them out on the streets.
Yeah.
Some of them, if I have the money, I will buy.
He's got so many fucking toolboxes, I'm about ready to go nuts.
I'm still trying to get new toolboxes. I only got one so far. I like to build weird shit. I like to fix weird shit that I can find on the street for free.
Yep.
You know, just to try to give us some more stuff in our apartment. And I had about 4 tools that I knew I was going to need to use on a project. You and I think we went out somewhere.
Huh?
I think you and I went out somewhere. I don't remember exactly where. But it was the day I was going to work on that project, but we had to go do something. I forgot what it was. But I had my tools lined up on my desk right here. Nicely put out. Nobody's in this entire fucking building whatsoever. Nobody.
Oh, I know.
Nobody was in 4. Nobody was in 2. Nobody was in 1. The only ones that were left here were the 3 cats.
Look, we went food shopping. A couple of days later, we went food shopping.
My office door was shut because it was hot and I kept the cats out of here. We come back, put all the groceries away. I said, okay, is there anything else we need to do? She says, no, we're fine for now. Okay, I need to go into my little workshop area, which is back there with that computer right there, and I need to work on this project for the kitchen. I
started watching Chucky. I went into our living room / bedroom. And started watching movies on our DVD player.
Yeah, and I said, okay, I need to go work on this project because the project I was working on was for our 2 microwaves. We have a white one and we have a black one.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the black one doesn't work because I can't find the right fuse for the fucking thing. So I come in here, and I'm looking at my desk, and all 4 of the tools that I needed lying on this desk here were fucking gone. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 toolboxes.
Yeah. You
Originally.
threw out a couple.
No, I haven't thrown out any yet.
Oh.
I have 5 regular toolboxes that have random stuff in it. I have a big one that has real good stuff in it, which is like now crapped as hell. And I'm keeping that toolbox. I have 2 small ones that have socket parts, wrenches, and T-square tools. Kind of like Allen keys, but longer, and it has a T-shape on it. I have another box for computer stuff. I have another toolbox that has computer stuff. So that's how I can remember what's in what. And all 4 tools on my desk were gone. I tore the shit out of this entire office, or man cave, as you prefer. And I tore up all my toolboxes. I tore up this entire man cave looking for those 4 pieces of tools. Could not find them. I examined the front door. Nobody broke in. Nobody was here. Maintenance guy was not even in the state.
Now he's in the state over.
The office manager wasn't in the state. The property owner was not in the state whatsoever. And still nobody in the apartment. Nobody's come home except us. And I'm trying to figure out, I was like, where the fuck did it go? About a month and a half later, those 4 tools popped up on my desk. I go over to her. I'm like, what the fuck is he pulling?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of watching Chucky. Paramite
This was 4 months later because I didn't say anything at that point to you.
Oh.
I had other tools to do it.
Well, I know I was watching.
But it was a month. It was a month and a half later, and I asked you, what the fuck is he doing? Because when I tore this place apart looking for those 4 pieces of tools, you came in. I'm like, holy shit.
I thought you were rearranging. That's all I thought. I didn't think anything.
I said, no, don't worry about it. I kind of fibbed and said I kind of missed a place, another tool that I actually needed, so I needed 5 tools. That's why this place looks trashed. Took me a while to clean it all back up. Then I finally told her a month and a half later, I'm like, what the fuck are you trying to pull? And she's looking at me like, what are you talking about? I said, remember a month and a half ago when we went food shopping, I had 4 pieces of tools laid out at my desk? She's like, yeah. You had a hammer, a screwdriver, a socket set, and a drill. Not a drill, but a makeshift drill. And I'm like, those are the 4 tools that went missing and when I fibbed to you about a month and a half ago. She's still looking at me like she doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I had to remind her. Then she got the picture. And then I said, what the fuck's he pulling? She didn't know.
No.
Before she even could say, I don't honestly know what's going on. I don't know what's wrong with him in the spirit world. Out of the corner of her eye behind me, she sees this ugly looking shadow just zoom right by me. She got scared.
Nothing scares me. Especially
That
if it's
scared
paranormal.
you. That scared you. She jumps out of this recliner chair, goes over to her makeshift altar. She's about to light all of her candles up after putting special things into it. Before she even gets a chance to light the candle, she looks up at the mirror and she sees a name in the mirror.
My brother. My other brother.
And
That pissed me off.
the weird part is, it usually takes about 2 to 2.5 months for dust to collect on a mirror.
Yeah.
Because I Windexed the shit out of this mirror, and right across it was a name. On the opposite side of the name, there was a face. I've never seen something like that before in a mirror, covered in dust. That freaked the hell out of me. She couldn't still not see it, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's almost like every year, in a certain month and a certain season, shit decides to go nuts. And it's not even Halloween month yet. That I can understand shit going crazy. Because Halloween's is coming around, and usually when shit goes nuts, it's usually the 1st of October.
No.
All the way to the 31st. But this was nuts. It was like 4 months before October came around.
Mm-hmm.
And shit was going batshit crazy. So.
Anyway. After I was able to center myself, because I had to take a fucking rose-scented bath. Waited until about midnight. Lit my candles. Lit my incense. And Paramike, he's in the man cave again. He's playing his PS3. And I know I was scrying because I was looking straight in the mirror. I didn't even hear Paramike come out of our office for the night. He stops. I don't realize he's there. He told me afterwards that he walked in and he saw me scrying again, but I was wide awake. Almost like trance-like. I didn't hear him. And Paramike said, again, he saw Alex in the mirror. I wasn't moving my lips, but you heard him talking to me. As if we're looking right at each other. And you said his eyes were glowing. A second time. I went, well, when he was pissed, his eyes did turn green. He's like, no. They were glowing. Like, in other words, he looked at me and he snarled at me. Like, he didn't even know who I was. Well, I can't help you with that. The only way I can suggest you finding out what the fuck his issue was, meditate, and contact him that way. Just because he's around me doesn't mean I know what the fuck he's doing. And he said that he snarled back at him, going, "It's me, dumbass."
Thank you, Jade.
Hi, Jade.
She gave us a heart.
And, Paramike saw Alex's eyes go from glowing green to almost back to normal. And, I, apparently, while I was talking to him, being in a trance, I left the room. And Paramike had a little bit of a conversation with him. I come back in the room. My candles were out. The only thing going was my incense stick. Paramike acted like nothing was going on. And I said, "I thought I had my candles lit." He goes, well, they blew out after you left the living room. I went, "Okay. Looks like I'll have to do a little astral projecting to my brother to find out what the hell's going on." And, for some reason, Paramike told me he mentioned, said Richie's name to Alex, and his eyes lit back up. He's like, "I take it you want to beat his ass." He's like, "That's, saying it lightly." He's like, "Well, was that you when we were recording for our first time and your brother was on?" He goes, "What part?" He goes, "I did kind of channel through her." He's like, "Well, okay, that would explain why she doesn't remember doing it." And, he goes, "Regardless of what my dumbass brother thinks, I'm not trying to hurt her. I'm actually doing what he should be doing." And, Mike described to Alex the figure that him and Richie saw. He goes, "Well, leaving the office when that was me. The figure you're talking about was not me. I don't know what that is, but I'll find out. If it's anything, it could be something trying to come through or fight her because her energy is so sky high." Anyway, that's it for our little tale. Scared my brother.
Yeah.
Scared my little brother. Now in Vermont, Richie, still in Vermont, trying to figure out what the fuck it is.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh. Let's see. Should I go over... I mean, I already did the colors with candles.
Mm-hmm.
Should I go over the colors and their magical uses with other spices and stuff and herbs?
We can do that for another show.
That's what I was just asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could do that for another show. Because due to the fact that it's 15 after 10 at night.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah. I don't want our little one to start bitching again. Like he's been doing. Driving me nuts. And I'm trying to do everything over here on StreamYard to make sure that, if there's comments, I can throw them up. Or if I have to throw something in or something like that. Or look something up for Paralore. He keeps bothering me. I don't know why. I mean, granted, we've been on a hiatus, and there is a comment. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's put that up there. Said, hey guys, so sorry I missed y'all. My back started to hurt when my husband came home. I fell asleep.
Don't worry about it, Jade. It'll be up.
Yeah, don't worry. You can watch the full show as soon as this thing's up.
It'll be up tomorrow.
You don't have to worry about it.
Sometime tomorrow.
Well, due to the fact it's live streaming, it will already be up once we end.
Yeah.
And she can watch the whole thing on either Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter.
Yeah, I know.
And everything. As long as she has the URLs, she can find it. If not, if she wants to see the whole show on YouTube, Jade, if you want to see it on YouTube, just go to youtube.com. In the search part, just type in EPPS2021. Look for the flaming microphone, as you see up here in the corner over that way.
Yep.
Click on it. Click onto our page. Click on the videos, and you'll see the newest one up there, which is episode 37 live.
I got that streak on my thing again.
I've been noticing that. I've been noticing that earlier when we're still daylight. Now I'm just seeing it again at night, and this is the first. Because the last time we did something.
Second time you noticed it.
Well, the first time it was in the daylight.
Yeah.
But the way that the background is right now, it's dark.
Yeah.
Comfortable. It never showed up. This time, I saw it during the daytime as we're going along. And then now here it is nighttime, and now I'm seeing it just flicker back and forth. And I know it's not on your webcam. It's not on my webcam.
It's not my cigarettes. I'm not smoking.
And it's really, really ridiculous.
I can tell you for a fact the streak is Alex's arm.
Because it never has done it in any other episodes that we've done. Even if we had the podcast lighting on.
Yeah, I know.
But I guess I'm going to have to keep fishing around with that and trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
I can tell you for a fact that's Alex's arm.
And everything. So
I can tell you for a fact.
So, that will do it for us.
Yep.
For tonight. Happy 4th of July for tomorrow. I'm going to be busy all day tomorrow. And Monday is my 44th birthday.
Yep.
And I will be busy. I probably will not be on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, whatever. So, sorry guys. My 2 days off are coming up. I'm going to enjoy them. I'm going to relax. And then on the 6th, I'll start working on some new stuff and get a hold of a certain gentleman that I had a very nice chat with.
Yep.
And see if I can get this gentleman on the show. So stay tuned for that. So for me, Paramike, I say good night and happy 4th of July. Stay cool and stay safe.
I'm Paralore.
And that will do it for our show.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.